करीब करीब टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन हो गया है। अब ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स का निर्माण भारत में हो और भारत की आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रख के हो, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की कैसे मदद ली जा सकती है, इस और भी हम सबको मिलकर के ध्यान देना है और शायद आप ज्यादा अच्छा उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं। आज आप देखिए एक क्षेत्र जो इतना तेजी से फला फूला है, गेमिंग का। अब विश्व में इसका बहुत बड़ा मार्केट बन गया है, युवा पीढ़ी बड़ी तेजी से जुड़ गई है। इस बजट में हमने एवीजीसी यानी एनिमेशन विजुअल इफेक्ट गेमिंग कॉमिक पर बहुत जोर दिया है। इस दिशा में भी जब भारत आईटी का संबंध में दुनिया में अपनी इज्जत कमा चुका है, हम अब स्पेसिफिक ऐसे एरिया में अपनी ताकत खड़ी कर सकते हैं। क्या आप अपने प्रयास इसमें बढ़ा सकते हैं? इसी तरह भारतीय खिलौनों का भी बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है और आज जो बच्चे हैं उनको खिलौनों में कोई न कोई टेक्नोलॉजी होना उसकी पसंद होती है। क्या हम हमारे देश के बच्चों के अनुकूल टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़े हुए खिलौने और उसका दुनिया में मार्केट एक ऐसा क्षेत्र बन सकता है, हम सोच सकते हैं क्या? ऐसे ही कम्युनिकेशन सेक्टर में नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाने के लिए भी हम सबको हमारे प्रयासों को और अधिक गति देने की जरूरत है। सर्वर भारत में ही हो, विदेशों पर निर्भरता कम से कम हो और कम्युनिकेशन के संबंध में सिक्योरिटी एंगल नया नया जुड़ता चला जा रहा है। तो हमें बड़ी जागरूकता के साथ इस ओर अपने प्रयास बढ़ाने ही होंगे। फिनटेक के संबंध में भी भारत ने पिछले दिनों कमाल कर दिया है। लोग मानते थे कि हमारे देश में ये क्षेत्र में कैसे बढ़, लेकिन मोबाइल फोन से भी फाइनेंशियल एक्टिविटी में जिस प्रकार से हमारे गांव भी जुड़ रहे हैं, इसका मतलब हुआ फिनटेक में भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी का समावेश आज हमारे लिए समय की मांग है। इसमें सिक्योरिटी भी है। फरवरी 2020 में देश ने जियो स्पेशल डेटा को लेकर पुराने तौर तरीके बदल दिए हैं। इससे जियो स्पेशल के लिए इन्फिनिट न्यू पॉसिबिलिटीज, न्यू अपॉर्चुनिटीज ओपन हुई है। हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर को इसका पूरा लाभ उठाना चाहिए। साथियों, कोविड के समय हमारी सेल्फ सस्टेनेबिलिटी से लेकर वैक्सीन प्रोडक्शन तक हमारी रिलायबिलिटी को दुनिया ने देखा है। इसी सक्सेस को हमें हर सेक्टर में रिप्लिकेट करना है। इसमें हमारी इंडस्ट्री की, आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। देश में एक रोबस्ट डेटा सिक्योरिटी फ्रेमवर्क भी बहुत जरूरी है। डेटा का ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ उठाने के लिए डेटा गवर्नेंस भी आवश्यक है। ऐसे में इसके स्टैंडर्ड्स और नॉर्म्स भी हमें सेट करने होंगे। हम इस दिशा में कैसे आगे बढ़े, आप सभी मिलकर एक रोड मैप तैयार कर सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत के पास दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। मैं अपने स्टार्टअप्स को भरोसा देना चाहता हूं कि सरकार उनके साथ पूरी शक्ति से खड़ी है। बजट में युवाओं की स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग और अपस्किलिंग के लिए पोर्टल का प्रस्ताव भी रखा गया है। इससे युवाओं को एपीआई बेस्ड ट्रस्टेड स्किल क्रेडेंशियल्स, पेमेंट और डिस्कवरी लेयर्स के जरिए सही जॉब्स और अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलेगी। फ्रेंड्स, देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रमोट करने के लिए हमने 14 की सेक्टर्स में 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए की पीएलआई स्कीम शुरू की है। इस वेबिनार में से इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के लिए मुझे प्रैक्टिकल आइडियाज की अपेक्षा है। मुझे सीमलेस इंप्लीमेंटेशन के रास्ते आप हमें सुझाइए। सिटीजन सर्विसेज के लिए हम ऑप्टिक फाइबर का और बेहतर इस्तेमाल कैसे कर सकते हैं? हमारे गांव का दूर दराज का विद्यार्थी भी हिंदुस्तान की टॉप मोस्ट एजुकेशन सिस्टम का लाभ इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से अपने घर में कैसे ले सकता है? मेडिकल सेवाएं कैसे ले सकता है? एग्रीकल्चर में इनोवेशन का लाभ किसान, मेरा छोटा किसान कैसे ले सकता है? जब उसके हाथ में मोबाइल है, दुनिया में सारी चीजें अवेलेबल है, हमें इसको सीमलेसली कनेक्ट करना है। मैं चाहता हूं इसके लिए मुझे आप सभी महानुभावों से इनोवेटिव सुझाव की जरूरत है। साथियों, ई वेस्ट जैसी टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ी जो चुनौतियां विश्व के सामने हैं, उनका समाधान भी टेक्नोलॉजी से ही होगा। मेरा आपसे विशेष आग्रह है कि इस वेबिनार में आप सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी, ई वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट और इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी जैसी सॉल्यूशन पर भी फोकस करें, देश को निर्णायक समाधान दें। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है आपके प्रयासों से देश अपने लक्ष्यों तक जरूर पहुंचेगा। और मैं फिर से कहूंगा, ये वेबिनार सरकार की तरफ से आपको ज्ञान परोसने का नहीं है। ये वेबिनार आपसे सरकार को आइडिया चाहिए, आपसे सरकार को नए नए तौर तरीके चाहिए ताकि गति कैसे बढ़े और हम जल्दी से जल्दी पैसे जो लगाए, बजट खर्च किया, सोचा है, उसको हम पहली तिमाही में ही कुछ करके दिखा सकते हैं क्या? टाइम बाउंड प्रोग्राम बना सकते हैं क्या? मुझे विश्वास है आप इस फील्ड में हैं, आपको हर बारीकियों का पता है, कहाँ कठिनाइयां है उसका पता है, क्या करने से अच्छे तरीके से हो सकता है, तेज गति से हो सकता है, आपको सब पता है। हम मिलकर बैठ करके इसको आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। मैं आपको इस वेबिनार के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। अब ब्रेकआउट सेशन से पहले उसमें क्या क्या विचार करेंगे उसके बारे में मैं जरा बताऊंगा। Next. As we know, science and technology is critical to national development, and this drives our capabilities in the future in every sector. As we heard from the Prime Minister, whether it is manufacturing, roads, electricity, digital communication, defense, national security, science and technology is critical. So this will be a very important focus which we must have, integrating science and technology into every area. Many technological revolutions are on the horizon, and we are in the midst of the beginning of many of these, whether it is the use of AI and machine learning, 5G, and further technologies. Special attention to such sectors are there in the union budget, and these relate to climate change mitigation, EV batteries, drones, AI, grid scale batteries systems are now considered part of infrastructure. To bring technologies and products to market, many types of collaborations are needed. First of all, our different laboratories need to collaborate with each other in different scientific institutions and our universities. This is very critical. Each laboratory has got deep specialization, and therefore partnering with each other will enhance capability. Similarly, lab to startup and corporate sector, this is an area which has grown substantially, and it needs to go into all other areas which we heard about in the Prime Minister's speech. Industry to academia links both ways are also very important. Just the linkage is not enough, but we have to move towards integration between industry and research. Startups are an important means for this, and support funds for deep tech sectors are there in the budget with 20% participation of government-backed funds, fund of funds. Private defense R&D is emphasized in the budget, and this is a very important component and has also been discussed in the webinar on defense. 25% of the defense R&D budget is going towards our academic ecosystem in partnership with industry, and that's an important step forward. Science capabilities complement technology and product design. Back. Yeah. Science capabilities complement technology and product design, bringing advantages of scientific discoveries to citizens. And now the new semiconductor policy is a great opportunity for going forward in the sector. Both semiconductor research to electronic equipment, advanced chemistry and physics for better batteries, etc., are very important opportunities for industry-academia partnership. Further research guided by needs and challenges identified during the implementation. For that, the R&D ecosystem has to reach out to users to understand their challenges rather than take pre-prepared solutions that may or may not be relevant to the users immediately. In other words, demand from the users for solutions should be our focus and not only solutions in search of problems. Special focus on deep tech startups in the budget are there, including support to new funds in climate action, deep tech, digital economy, pharma, and agri-tech. So we must therefore resolve in the R&D ecosystem going forward for India's Amrit Kal. There should be more user-oriented R&D collaborative projects with industry, startups, and academia, more projects that serve citizens, talent mobility across startups industry, and smoother processes internal to the institutions, enabling researchers while ensuring adherence to financial rules. This last point is very important. As the Prime Minister also said, we must facilitate ease of doing science so that we can be more effective in our environment. Thank you. We now break now and we'll come back for the breakout sessions.
Panigrahi sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, Panigra is with me. Yeah, so I'm able to hear you. I'd like to check are you using this?
Sir, yes. Sir, just wanted to ask you, sir, who should be assigned the co-host rights from DST?
Janice is there.
Janice is
and
there. Fine.
yeah, Janice and my name also can be added so that we can take care. And
Okay.
Dr. Prakash Sawan is waiting in the attendee list. Please
Yes,
upgrade.
yeah. I have told Anil. I'll just do that, sir. Okay.
Please. I think Arijit might be there here.
I can see Anil. The name here
No,
is
the
Anil.
host name is appearing as Anil, but who is attending might
It's
be
Arijit?
Arijit Diwani. Yesterday we are coordinating with him.
Okay.
No?
Fine. I'll just call him.
Yeah, please. Okay then.
Good morning, Sunil ji.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I got your presentation material, whatever you had said.
Sir.
Okay.
Sir, we still have 30 minutes time, sir. So we
can probably discuss few things and then settle.
Good morning, sir. Sanjay this side.
Good morning, Sanjay. Good morning.
How are you, sir? How is your health?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Good morning, Santanu. From what Prime Minister has said, probably the more discussion has to happen on what the budget provision is there and which are the budget provisions the entities need to actually cash on.
or sir, maybe he's looking for some implementable practical recommendations from this elite group, sir.
Yeah, that's precisely the point.
And yes, specifically what has been announced in the budget, not ruling on something which is not there. He
Correct, that's
specifically
correct.
clarified that whatever has been announced, so please tell us now how to take that forward.
Yeah, maybe in that
Some
context, it will be a good idea to just look at specifically in this area. Is there any announcement available?
Sir, we have highlighted. Maybe sir, I'll share with you, sir, the budget's highlights. In fact, the key, maybe other panelists can also add. The key words are I think covered there. Like the Honorable PM also mentioned AI, geospatial systems, and a drone, and so on. So there's one paragraph which talks about this. There is, I mean, quite an elaborate discussion about and there are mentions about Kisan drones and so on, sir. So this is what has been announced in the budget, sir. Now, as I look at it, sir, and as I discussed with you yesterday, sir, maybe the panelists should help us in discussing threadbare some of the topics which I'll be prompting through my slides, and then giving some practical solutions that these are the steps that the government can maybe take up in the coming few months, may act upon those specific recommendations which will help in the development of this.
Okay, maybe in that context, we can just touch upon, ask Sanjay and maybe some of our industry friends to comment and what exactly they are looking for in the thing and whether we could have some discussion on that.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning from IT Kanpur.
Yeah, good morning, Bharatji. Good morning.
Good morning, Sunilji.
Morning. How are you?
Sanjay, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. I was listening to this. See, there are the drones and AI and geospatial technology. There has been a lot of focus on recognizing these technologies for last couple of years, and that has been reflected also into the budget speech of the finance minister. But specifically, I do not see any budgetary provisions for taking these technologies forward. So there is no specific budgetary provisions for like geospatial technology or geospatial industry, or for that matter, even UAVs and all. Application areas have been very well highlighted, which is great. And this is where I'm coming to, is that if you look at application areas, so there has been budgetary provisions for highways or housing or farming or those major application areas, the budgetary provisions are there. So what we need to actually identify that how these technologies and the efficient use of these technologies would actually help, those sectors harness the power of technology in understanding and in doing their work better. So, and I think this is a good approach to actually invest into the sectoral, industries, which the budget has already allocated for, and the technology should be kind of promoted and crafted in a manner that these sectors can use more and more of this power. So what we thought discussed last time, if you remember in the think tank meeting also, and we could not take it forward, was the sectoral geospatial strategies. That how do we talk about a sectoral geospatial strategy for highways or water or agriculture or housing and urban development, or so there are 5, 6 sectors which are very fundamental to our socio-economic development. So
yeah, one point maybe just want to touch upon. See, currently, if you look at in that overall scenario, while all these infrastructure spending where the budget provisions have been made, in fact, all these geospatial technology-based inputs go to them. So there is no need directly for saying that for geospatial some budgeting provision has to happen is not required. Now, the other thing, if you look at the primary thing was you need a set of data and information data for doing activity. And the prime thing that has happened through the government is this portion of it, lot of clarity and clearances have come, and whether you want to acquire data from whatever sources, drones or other bases, etc. So that means both generation of data and access to data. For that, whatever limitations are there have all been cleared. But probably one thing that what we need to make it apparent is if there are some few areas where this is a limitation for the industry to provide the necessary solutions or services to the various infrastructure spending the government is doing, that needs to be highlighted. And then the other thing is probably like you are saying that skilling related, but skilling related again is not a, if for that any specific again provision in the process, whatever currently the budgeting is there, in that is there anything needed? And then other than that, if you look at earlier, you have been talking or the industry has been talking about some kind of equivalent of PLI scheme separately. But then geospatial industry is actually providing solutions to a host of government activities for which budget provisions are quite huge and available.
Exactly.
I don't think there will be a need for separately asking anything for that section. Is that part correct or not?
Sir,
Kiran, I think this is exactly what I also said, that we don't need to actually ask for any budgetary provisions. We need to actually link the geospatial capacity with those sectors. So this is those budgetary sectors are already there. What I would suggest, probably, since at the federal government level, for example, like you are talking of, say investing 100,000 crores in and 1 lakh crore in, say, highways. And I know that there is technology is there and people are using that technology, but somewhere if it comes to a level of, say, issuing one kind of guideline to the construction companies or the project companies that you need to make use of LiDAR and geospatial technologies across your workflows. So when you're looking at those projects, you're also talking about basically encouraging these technologies as part of those respective ministries. As you remember, sir, 175 projects of ISRO, that was aimed at actually educating those ministries to know about the power of Earth observation and how it can be used.
Yeah, correct. But I agree with you. Anybody else has any comment on this?
Sir, Shantanu here.
Yeah.
Sir, what from the morning speech, what I understand is it was very clearly mentioned by PM also that we need not have any discussion on the budgetary part. It has already been made by the and cleared by the Parliament as well. And most of the geospatial application budget is embedded in the Gati Shakti, whatever the scheme they have launched. What he's expecting, sir, from the panel is the more practical ideas and innovative solutions which can be implemented, and how we really seamlessly connect these applications of geospatial technology as well as the emerging communication technology also to the last mile. And all the major sectors like farming or urban or construction.
No, that's correct. But
Yeah.
what is the suggestion? Is there anything that can be said specifically?
No, that we will. I mean, we want now, sir, we will discuss in the panel.
At least points have to be there so
Okay.
that it can be discussed.
Sure,
See,
sure, sir.
today what we are looking at is what is it that we can definitely tell. See,
Yes.
for example, though all the policies, etc., whatever have that,
Yes,
and
sir.
we are saying
Yes,
data
yes.
availability, collection is accessible,
Yes.
etc. Still, maybe there
Correct.
are some hindrances, specific hindrances, which are preventing Indian industry to support the whatever the government is now already announced in terms of huge infrastructure spending. So in that, are there still some specific limitations which can be overcome by some specific acts of the government between now or in few months, so that whatever spending they want to do in the infrastructure and other areas can happen? To that extent is what we need to talk about, isn't it? See, otherwise, whatever you're
Yes, sir.
telling is generally the idea what has to happen. So now one
Yes, sir.
thing
Yes,
that
sir.
has been made very clear all along is all the policies, etc., whatever are there, are definitely allowing people to both in terms of collect, share, and toward that, whatever mechanisms are made, they are supposed to enable the industry to go ahead and deliver for this. Now, already as far as the government itself is concerned, they have also said up to certain amount, the things have to be done within the country. Beyond that, only it has to go outside. That's where that also is actually making it clear that Atmanirbharta or industries are supposed to do. Now, industries also have the opportunity to actually collect data using different technologies. And if they come up with a new technology, there is no limitation there, as long as it can be done by the industry.
Yes.
So this is where, sir, I would have very strongly recommend two action items. One is to actually develop a sectoral geospatial workflow and strategies, because that will help the nation in the form of productivity and efficiency of those programs. And second strategy, which I would strongly recommend, is having an industrial development strategy, as you rightly said, that now the industry has just come out, and there's an uphill task to actually be part of deploying these tools across all the programs in the rightful manner of the nation. So I think some kind of industrial development strategy, which includes like industry is still challenged by poor RFPs, or cancellation of tenders, or non-completion of projects. They are not going away with the policy. Policy has allowed us to do our work better. Definitely, it has actually laid the foundation. But then if we do not have a specific strategies for completing the projects or clearing the projects, or government is still the biggest buyer, and half the tenders never get awarded, half the projects never get completed. And that is why the power of that investment which the government is making is not translated into the information system and the whole functioning of those projects. So the projects don't get completed, probably because of lack of the industrial capacity, at the same time lack of the capacity at the buyer side, which is the government in this case, to evaluate those projects and come to the conclusion.
Yeah, sir, I would like to highlight a slightly different point of view here. And yes, we have excellent provisions in the budget as the Gati Shakti is there that will drive the geospatial market also simultaneously. Then we have also the policy environment is very much ready with us. And however, something which is not being looked into is the do we have the right kind of ecosystem in terms of the human resource in our country? And that is something, whatever we do, whatever we plan, unless the right kind of human resource is available in our country for geospatial professionals, for the R&D, we will not be able to meet the targets which are being there in the budget. So budget may be for an annual exercise, but at the same time, I think this is an opportunity for us. And also, as in our panel, we are writing, it is transforming India through geospatial knowledge and infrastructure. That is what our panel is talking about. So how we can get into that geospatial knowledge, how we can create that infrastructure in our country, what are the things which are lacking? And there are historical reasons for those things lacking. But what can be done now so that we can leapfrog and immediately create that ecosystem in our country of the human resource? So I would, in fact, in my panel discussion also, I would like to highlight on those. I would like to make recommendation on that.
Okay, so this is one part. Of course, this is not going to be an immediate action, because whatever is said, it's a thing that has to be developed over a period of time, and it's also time consuming in whatever
Yes.
This thing. But definitely it's a point which needs to be suggested so that the future, the capability and the skills definitely improve. Toward this, we should be able to make a specific recommendation at the end of the panel discussion. That is understood. But again, if you really look at in terms of the economics or in terms of the way the things happen, if there is a requirement and industry has the ability to deal with it, because when there is some solution which the industry has to provide, they will find the skills from wherever it is available and bring it and then make it happen in the short term. So for that, definitely short-term solutions they will find, because finally the industry is actually capable of doing what is required to be done. Of course, when they find it profitable to do. So that is the question. But right now we are talking about in the next 1 year, what the government has said and done, how to facilitate. Obviously, this particular aspect of skill development, etc., is not going to make a big impact for this 1 year. But not
Right.
because of that, we should not leave it aside. We should definitely say, because next few years, it is going to become a major thing. So in this context, what is it that we want to tell very specifically? That is one point probably we'll have to do a little bit of discussion and close in on. That is one part. That is bringing in people. See, geospatial also now is encompassing, like the other day, people are talking about a host of things from AI, ML, and the technology of development of drones or whatever, all those things. It's a huge capability that you are talking about, enabling within the country, both in terms of building technology for data generation, data collection, data manipulation, and then final solution. So that entire sector we can address as one part, and definitely recommend that government at various entities, what it has got in the institutions, how it could support, or if some new things have to be done, how it has to be done. So that is definitely one part, that is with respect to skill and technology development for future. But then for the immediate thing, is there anything that could be said?
Sir, can I say something?
Yeah, please.
This is Rakesh Verma. To be very specific now, as you are suggesting, in the next 1 year, 2 year type, using the budget now, one of the impetus that can be given by the government would be, with my 25 years of experience of data collection and dissemination, which was more of a foot soldier doing or satellite doing it, I will suggest that if countrywide this street view, or what we call real view, doesn't matter, the mobile mapping is done particularly in the urban areas, along with what is happening in the metro part for the drone survey. That part is one part where the huge data collection by the private sector through the street view, if that is funded by the government, that can lead to a very nice resource of the data, where AI ML can be used on top of it to refine the data for the purpose it can be used, whether it's for farming, urban development or whatever. The second part is the country has developed, indigenous technologies are there where the platforms are built for dissemination of these data in different forms and factors. So these are the two core pillars, I believe, where the government budget support can be there to take the usefulness, like our Prime Minister said about the last mile delivery, whether it is for e-commerce or anyone in the urban area or in the farming similarly. So, so these are some of my suggestions I think might be helpful.
Sir, we also have Dr. Prakash Chauhan.
Yeah, Prakash wanted to say something.
First of all, good morning to all of you, sir. Good morning to Kiran sir and all the panelists. So as we are discussing, and today's, we heard Prime Minister sir also emphasizing the last mile connectivity and delivery through the vehicle of geospatial technology. And the discussions which we have heard, in terms of delivering the fruits of geospatial technology, what has been said and what is also we all are aware that large amount of data sets which are required are not available on localized cloud-based systems. Most of the data today, which either from space or the other ground-based data is not at all there. Most of this is being hosted in the foreign countries, in the servers of this thing, which is available to public. Otherwise, all the data we have in our own departments. ISRO has its own servers, Survey of India has its own servers, but to the public, we need to give an emphasis that either with government or with private sector participation, we need to localize this data. We can bring big IT industry companies of India to develop localized clouds so that the data download, getting data on your computer, now those strategies has gone. Everybody is looking for data clouds. Go there, do your processing, bring your results, and then disseminate it through web-based system. So there is a big requirement of localizing all Indian data, whatever is there with the government departments. If we can make a specific recommendation on that, then within 1 year, we can think of creating a centralized local Indian, clouds for all kind of geospatial data. That is one part, sir, I thought I will be, telling in the end as a specific recommendation. And the second part is, which Bharat told, I fully agree to that. Immediately, we may not be able to do this, but if geospatial industry has to grow, like the IT industry has grown in India, we need to have a very good geospatial education ecosystem in the country at undergraduate level. Because today, the geospatial technology is not confined only to remote sensing or maybe mapping or something. This also has a lot of elements of computer science, earth science, then oceans. We cannot forget the blue economy development where the geospatial is going to play a very important role. The concepts of GIS. So, what kind of programs we are offering in our education system is at master's level, and many of the students, they are not specialized from end-to-end geospatial solutions, from data collection, data processing, data dissemination, and application. So, if we have comprehensive BTech programs in our IITs, NITs, or other engineering colleges with flexibility to, get other branches also like biologists or, economists or maybe social scientists also, then that will go in a long way of, creating or developing the trained human resource in this particular field, which will be the requirement of industry if we have to develop R&D.
Yeah.
So
Just one point before we conclude this section, because we are reaching 11 o'clock. See what you are telling. Yeah, please.
Information, so I think we are live. We are live, sir. I'm just told by the host that we are live.
Is it okay?
Anyway, sir, yeah, sir, please.
All right. So what I was just trying to say is, see, while whatever is being talked about generating a cloud and this thing, etc. See, is there another way of looking at it? For example, if any activity becomes commercially viable and service providing, today already the government has made enough provisions, etc., where data has to be stored within the country, etc. So if there are already people who are going to set up their cloud systems, supercomputer systems, and provide as a service, so the data that is generated at various places, and also when the government has said all the new programs under which new data gets collected, that also becomes available for this industry, either for government at no cost and for others at some price. So all this already, that ecosystem is also available. Should the government be spending again another set of or another setup where all this is brought together and held? That's a question. See, what you are saying definitely is going to happen. And if we allow the enterprise itself to do it on the basis of actual gains that they can do, because anything that they provide as a service, they will be charging. So if it is viable, they will establish and they will do it. So by supporting and taking services from that by the government, maybe a better way of dealing with it is one approach. Maybe we can discuss this and conclude in our discussions.
Sure. Yeah, sir. Who does it, how it is done, but the problem is we say that it is available, but if you really search, it is not available, because there is a lot of data which has been collected by the government departments, which is required by the
Now what we have to say is now only all that has been done by the government. So how to make it more accessible, etc. That is one part in terms of implementation. That is okay. Yeah. All right. I think Sunil, probably you may have to start formally.
Yeah, I think, sir, let us take a break, sir. I can see people sipping glass of water, sir, and then we formally join maybe in 5 to 7 minutes from now. Sir.
All right.
Thank you, Sunil.
Video, audio.
Dr. Panigrai, since we will be regrouping back at 11, we would start directly. And anyhow, since we are already live, I can quickly just put in 2 sentences and then hand over to the chair, to the moderator as
well. Avilasa is not reachable, no?
Yes, she's not reachable.
Please drop a message. Guys, we have to keep a watch on the attendee list also, if by chance he lands up.
Ramya has been doing that. Yeah, I will drop her a message too.
Okay, fine. Do we need?
Janice, I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Abhilasha ma'am.
Hi.
Yeah, we are just trying to reach out to you over your phone also because we could not see you here.
Sorry. I was also just trying to figure out like how to. I've never worked on WebEx actually in past. Yeah. What
Yeah, we
time
can
does it
understand.
start?
Pardon me?
What time do we start at?
Yeah, the meeting. Yeah, we are going to start the breakaway session at 11, but since 10 we are on because PM's speech was live streamed to this session.
Got it.
Okay, now it is a break of around 10 minutes. Again, we are going to start at 11.
Awesome. Okay.
Dr. Panigrahi, is there an option to stop the live streaming for now and then restart? Because I don't know who is.
No, it will continue. In all the breakaway sessions, it is continuing. So no worries.
Perfect. Yeah.
Is there an option to share like slides here or?
Yes, ma'am. We will make you a presenter,
Yeah.
and then you can share your slides.
I can share my slides. Got it. Okay.
Vilasa, we may not have a lot of time for this formal presentation. So even when you are sharing the slides, keep it, say, about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be even shorter than 5 minutes. I'm very fast in speaking. At least
Thank
about
you.
I can like finish in like 3 minutes or 2 minutes. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. I'm going to just quickly get coffee and be back.
Hey, Blasha.
Yeah, since we have just about 2 minutes left to 11, I thought let me just give a quick round of a few housekeeping instructions. Hello, everyone. I am Janice Govius, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Science and Technology, postdoctoral fellow in science policy. So just to let you all know, for the ones who are not very comfortable with WebEx, The ones who are presenting or have a PPT to be presented, we will be handing over the presenter rights to you just before you get your chance to speak. And how do you share your presentation? You will be seeing at the base, at the bottom of your screen, there is an option that says mute, there's a stop video, and there's a share. So you can use the share option to share your presentation. In addition to that, if you want to raise your hand, there is an icon just next to share. You can raise your hand in case you want to make an intervention. And the moderator, Shri Sunil Kumar ji, will give you a chance to speak in case that's the case. Also, please note that from the back end, we will be muting all the panelists. So just before you speak, please make sure that you've unmuted yourself. And unmute and mute is the first button that's there. So you will be muted by default, and please unmute before you start speaking. I think we've already been having a very engaging discussion for the past about 30 minutes by now, and many of you are already comfortable on this platform. So without further ado, if I could take the permission of Dr. Panigrahi, could we just start the session, the second session?
I think let's.
Yep, I think it's 11.
Yes. Okay, so everyone, good morning. We have gathered here for a very important post-budget discussion that aims to gather recommendations for the way forward in India's geospatial sector. To moderate such an important panel that's filled with stalwarts, we have Shri Sunil Kumar, the Joint Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. And so without further ado, I will hand over the session to Sunil Kumar ji. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's my privilege and honor today to welcome all the eminent panelists, the chairman, and the viewers who are connected to this webinar through various means for this post-budget webinar on some of the key announcements made during the budget last month. Friends, we are here to talk about the geospatial sector in India. And as we all know, data is the new economy, and you add location component to data and its value increases manifold. Its utility in planning, decision making, the power is immense. And this is crucial for all the sectors of our economy, starting from farming, mining, urban construction, transportation. I mean, you name it, its implications are everywhere. In fact, Ravinderji, can you share the slides, please? So, as you are aware, the government last year brought out major reforms by way of geospatial guidelines, which were published last February. Then the drone rules were brought out, liberalizing the drone sector in the country. The draft space-based remote sensing policy is in a very advanced stage. And the best thing about all these reforms is that the policy framework that is being laid out by the government, they are in sync with each other. It's a very coherent policy framework now being laid out by the government, whereby the geospatial data, while it is regulated by the geospatial guidelines, the technological platform. Ravinder, go to the next slide, please. The technological platform for creation of this data, like the drones, like the satellites, they are regulated by their respective policies, but the data will be guided by the geospatial guidelines. So the government has ensured that the policy framework is very clear. Next slide, please. And some of the key takeaways from these major reforms, many of you would be aware, all the impediments in creation and use of geospatial data has been removed. Prior to all these reforms, there used to be requirements of taking security clearances, approval, and many other things. But now all those things have been done away with. By way of these guidelines, now it is incumbent upon all the public agencies who create data using public funds Now it is incumbent upon them that they make their data available to every user, starting from the academia, research, industry, private persons, government departments, state government, everyone. And the guidelines also exhort that there should be collaboration amongst all the agencies who are producing data. Again, local government, state government, industry, all of us create data. So the guideline exhorts all of us to collaborate. And the best thing about the guidelines, the reforms that has been brought out by the government, that now industry is expected to be an equal partner in all the processes, all the in the development of the geospatial economy in the country. Ravinder, next slide, please. As you are aware, Survey of India is the national mapping organization. It's a very old organization, and till last February, the data that used to reside in Survey of India, there used to be a lot of restrictions in post the liberalization by the government. Now Survey of India has made its data available through an online portal where any user, including from the private industry, including from the government departments, they can access this data online. If there is some payment required, the payment can be made online and the data can be downloaded then and there. Of course, the portal is under, in its initial stages, and there will be a lot of improvement required in the technological platform of this Survey of India portal. Started, and the best thing is that the Survey of India data that used to be under wraps is now publicly available. Survey of India is also reaching out to the industry in a major way. Till now, the collaboration of Survey of India with the industry has been that the Survey of India outsources its works and services. It pays the money, industry gets the contract, they execute the work to the satisfaction of Survey of India. Now, Survey of India is engaging with industry to take it to the next level, where there can be, where there should be collaboration between industry and Survey of India, where data of Survey of India and technology of industry can be leveraged, whereby revenue models are generated, and the data of Survey of India is made accessible to everyone for developing products, for developing services, and making it across to the end users. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at it, to take the geospatial sector in the country forward, the data which is being created by everyone around us, including in the government, including in the private sector, has to be available to the end users in a fair manner, which is findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. Now, this can be possible through some kind of a federated architecture and through use of APIs, where data is generated in a distributed manner, and through APIs, through some technological platform, is made available to all the end users. There will be issues about regulations of the quality that will be made available by such a mechanism, and for which we need to put our should be those mechanisms. Industry can play a major role there. Another thing which is required now with the opening of the geospatial sector is the skill development and capacity building for the sector. As the demand is expected to grow, so will be the demand for the skilled manpower in the sector, for which again adequate measures will have to be in place. Ravinder, next slide. In fact, for the development of geospatial sector in the country, while social infrastructure like CORS, which is a continuous operating reference, whereby anybody can latch on to this centralized CORS system and get the accurate data then, and the accurate coordinates then and there. Social infrastructure by way of foundation data sets. There has to be a common agreed definition of data sets, which will constitute the foundation data set, which has to be made available by the government side. While the government is committed to providing and developing the social infrastructure, in fact, if I may share from the Survey of India side, CORS is already advanced stage of establishment, and by the end of this year, we expect it to be established all over the country, and the access should be available to all the users, including the industry. While the government is developing the social infrastructure part, somewhere we also feel that we need to have a coherent geospatial industrial development strategy. And today we have some eminent panelists from the industry for this discussion, and we'll look forward to them to come up with ideas. They might also like to share their views if there is some kind of support required for the industry. Although, as I have written in the bottom of this slide, that this support ultimately has to come from the market. There's a lot of money in the market, as one of the major players in the Indian markets has recently shown how much money resides in the market. And we'll all agree that value lies in innovation. So if there is a value, money can be raised from the market. To that extent, how much one should be looking up to the government for support, I leave it to the panelists. And with these thoughts, now I'll invite Dr. Kiran Kumar, eminent space scientist and a former Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman ISRO, to please give his initial thoughts and vision, and then we can move on to the panelists. Dr. Kiran, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Sunil, and also all the co-panelists. Welcome to you for this session. Now, as what has been happening over the years, the whole process of geospatial technology being used for the developments in the country and various activities, if you look at, there are one is basically data generation itself is one part. Then the second thing is where the data generation itself makes use of large number of technologies. And once the data is generated, how that data is actually processed, analyzed, and then converted into specific solutions, and then services provided. In all these areas, in the past, the real difficulty had been who is generating the data and what kind of control is existing on that, and whether the people have access to that. There were a host of those problems which were existing, and today the government has effectively tried to eliminate those kinds of restrictions, and this is a process. While major things have happened, there may be still small wriggles here and there, which definitely in the coming weeks and months it will get resolved. So once the basic data is accessible to people, industry and entrepreneurs, it is actually their ability to provide solutions to the problems which the various people who are going to do the development. See, today, as we have seen in the budget also, the infrastructure spending in the country, there's a huge amount which has been identified both for this year and coming years. And if the geospatial industry has to provide solutions to that, one of the key restrictions that existed both in terms of data collection and collected data being accessible has been addressed. Now, beyond this, we definitely need to look at how we work together in collaboration and then coordinate our activities and make sure that in future the skill required, the basic mechanisms in the country where for future the industries actually having the requisite manpower. That is where academia also comes into picture, both for doing R&D as well as ensuring that we have the right people with the right skills. And geospatial technology usage, if you see, it goes across, and I don't think we need to talk about that because every one of us have seen the whole mechanisms working. And if you look at from government side, the any data actually becomes geospatial with two attributes that we are giving. One is when we link it to a specific position and time. And in these two areas, the government has already made sure that in terms of timing, using GNSS based or navigation based system can provide timing reference, and cost based system can provide the location reference. And with these two being committed by the government to be provided for various activities in a systematic manner will ensure the primary aspect of making any data and information geospatial. And then beyond that, as the technology of whether it is data analysis, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and then poring over data which existed in the past. All of this becomes tools in the hands of the entrepreneurs to provide specific solution to the people. And I think in this context, today, what is happening in the country is a thing going in the right direction. But what we need to do in today's discussion is in the immediate 1 year period and also in the coming few years period, what is it that we can recommend to the government for improved service provision, solution providing, and enabling India to actually benefit from what is happening in the geospatial technology area. And with these few words, I think the data generation itself, the new technologies, the government has allowed now industries to bring in new technology and generate that data and provide it to the user community. And wherever the governments are generating such information, both in the past what they have generated and in future what they are going to generate, or even as part of their programs, they have committed to make it accessible in some form. Now, how exactly all this plays out is where we need to have specific discussions. And I would urge the panelists to concentrate and then give concrete suggestions from their point of view so that we can discuss and summarize at the end of this today's discussion. Thank you very much for this opportunity to chair this panel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would next invite our panelist, Dr. Santanu Patawdekar from Indian Space Research Organization. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Chairman and all the panelists. The geospatial industry, as we have been discussing, is one of the largest consumer of the remote sensing data and the location-based services, as well as also the provider for the value-added products and the information services. And I was just reading, the current geospatial economy, which is estimated somewhere around $390 billion, and is likely to grow by something like $650 billion by 2025 or so. And of course, in the next 5 years, as we were discussing in the morning, the infrastructure development, the farming, irrigation sector, the urban utilities, construction sector, and also the land administration will, of course, lead the geospatial industry growth. So what I feel is, besides the role of service provider, which industry has been playing so far, we need to promote them to the next level. And I think the geospatial industry must become now a knowledge partner as well as the co-traveler with the government system in transforming India and together develop a more robust, innovative, and globally competitive geospatial ecosystem with all the revenue models in place with various government mechanisms. Of course, for this, industry needs to be supported and promoted through appropriate policies, the programs and the structures. And as told by our chairman as well as Dr. Sunil Kumar, that already the geospatial guidelines are in place, which has literally liberalized the availability of the data sets and removed any sort of prior approvals or restrictions on the data. So from the Department of Space side also, we have now drafted a new space-based remote sensing policy, basically to enhance the participation of non-government entities, particularly the geospatial industry. And like geospatial guidelines, I can say that the proposed remote sensing policy, which is going to be in place soon, is also very open, liberal, and forward-looking and more inclusive. Which will definitely enable the growth of geospatial activities, by many folds in the country. And the availability of the space-based remote sensing data will be made very easily accessible on the open basis. Also, not only the remote sensing data, also the maps which have been derived, which has been the strength of Department of Space, that we have large number of thematic layers available. So those maps which have been also derived using the satellite data also will be made available on an open basis, and also in the machine readable format. So there is no question of requiring any sort of transformations and all. And earlier, as you have been knowing, that we were talking about the remote sensing policy only from the data dissemination point of view. But this time, the remote sensing policy also covers all the upstream activities like, building and orbiting the satellites. Also, the industry can build the ground systems for the telemetry, telecommand, as well as for the data acquisition system. And of course, all the downstream activities, since we wanted to have a very cohesive and coherent policy framework in the country. So the remote sensing policy also have taken the cognizance of the geospatial guidelines, and all the downstream activities which are emanating from the use of remote sensing data or the location data will be governed by the geospatial guidelines. So I think this is a very good cohesion and unification between these two policies, which will really build a very user-friendly geospatial ecosystem. Second point, which I feel is, besides having these kind of policies, as far as we still need to position a sort of national level a responsive mechanism for the strong institutional linkages and the organizational strengthening. What I mean to say that starting from the decision makers to the people who are the data analysts at the lower end, they should be properly strengthened for deeper penetration of technology adoption and more the utilization of the capability and the capacity which has been built in the country. So I think the ministries, departments, geospatial industry should work cohesively to create new avenues for the potential use of the geospatial data, build innovative applications, and of course services which are aligned with the global benchmark. So we also need to see that whatever the solutions are being provided, they are at the global benchmark level, so that we have the Indian private players recognized globally. So towards this, as we have been discussing, very nice nomenclature has been given by Dr. Sunil Kumar as a fair manner. So I think towards this, the government mechanism what we have should become more liberal in sharing. Apart from data, I think the government should also share their domain expertise, the best practices, and also if required, the infrastructure with the private entities for enabling the better technology penetration. One more thing is, I feel that now many of the flagship programs which are planned by the government and the schemes which entails the use of the geospatial data and services could be planned, and realized with the involvement of geospatial industry since the beginning. So now they have become the partner even in evolving the various flagship programs at the government level. And equally important is, of course, to build the utilization capability at the down end also, so that whatever being developed and generated in the country is also properly absorbed and utilized. Many times we feel that the data sets are available, the models are available, but we don't have the proper capability even to utilize those things now. And the last one, of course, which we have been discussing is, we still need to build a federated geospatial ecosystem, which was also told by Sunil in his presentation. So we need to amalgamate the efforts across the government, the non-government entities through data and application sharing. We need to minimize redundancy, so the similar effort is not done across various sectors and across various departments, and make the easy access of the consistent and updated information. So what I feel is the departments who are responsible and have expertise in a particular data sets, they can still be the custodian of the data as far as the maintaining the currency and the accuracy of data is concerned. But of course, the data should be liberalized and shared across all. And lastly, I would say that geospatial industry also must also play a key role at times, beyond the business interest towards building and enriching the national spatial data infrastructure in the country. So to begin with, I will say this much, and then maybe subsequently I will add more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santanu. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Rakesh Verma. He's the co-founder and CMD of MAP. Over to you, Rakesh ji.
Thank you, Sunilji. I heard your commentary about the money lies in the market and value lies in innovation. Let me start from there and get to. We have tried to be Atmanirbhar for last 25 years. We have been innovating continuously, and I'll give you some examples. And that, in spite of the impediments that we faced in the 25 years, now thanks Government of India has totally liberalized it. So things are moving in a different direction. And I'll talk about also what are the good things that have already happened and how we can leverage on the good things further. But before that, the budget calls for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Prime Minister in his opening speech today talked about Atmanirbhar. Looking at considering the geopolitical historical occurrences of the Kargil war, what is happening today in Ukraine and Russia, and what are the potential problems that can happen in the future, it has become all the more critical for us to develop indigenous technologies, to have indigenous technologies. When I say that, I mean the data on one side and the technology to acquire and disseminate that to the users. I'm talking about both of them. It's very critical that our dependency on the foreign entities should be minimized or should be as little as possible where the Indian technology doesn't exist. On the front of data, probably India in several government departments or in the private sector has created enormous amount of data. It is a question now only of how to put it together, how to make it available, and so that the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the vision is fulfilled. Historically, we have seen in this geospatial industry is not new, sir. Geospatial industry for last 25 years, or if I take Survey of India for 200 years, is in existence, and we Indians have only made it happen. It's unfortunately because of the old policies, the impediments that existed, Indian geospatial industry was highly dependent on the foreign entities. And probably we feel that Indian talents which exist across the board, and with so many people in the 25 years of my span in this industry, I've seen that there's no dearth of the talent. Now, coming to that remark of your value lies in innovation, I will talk about few innovations that I have experienced like that. There are hundreds of other innovations that have happened across the industry. Others can talk about it. The mobile mapping 360-degree panoramic view, what is called street view or real view, exists in the country. The whole technology is there within our own country. We can certainly, and this can be one element where the government budget, as Dr. Kiran Kumar has been talking about, what specific recommendations can be given. This can be done for the entire urban areas of the country, along with what is happening in the Swamitwa for the drone part of doing for the rural aspect. The two together, the technology exists. It's a question of now providing the funds to make that happen. Then the next question comes up is having the data collected and processed, how to disseminate it. The dissemination technology requires platforms. Indigenous platforms do exist in India. At least I can say that MapMindia has the indigenous technology for the platform. It has been shown to the world. And with that conviction only, I'm happy also to say that MapMindia has gone global now with the Mapples platform, which is the same platform that is used in India, has now gone over with the entire world, where we have been able to collate the maps of 200 countries. Digital addressing system. This has been innovated 10 years back. It's nothing new. It's a question of who takes the lead in the country. And I believe the government is the best place to take the lead in this digital addressing system. And again, the technology behind it, it is not just a 3-word or 6 or 5 characters or things like that. There's much more beyond that. once we cannot ignore the physical address of any place. So when the two go together with some characters, it becomes a very powerful mechanism. So these are the few things I thought I would like to share in my opening talk. Along with that, I would like to add that the point that's important is while the guidelines are very clear, I think it's as clear as water. However, in order that it is not misused or abused in a roundabout way, probably I would like to have some discussions as a follow-up where we can suggest of what should be done in that regard. With that, I will stop my opening talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. I would next invite Sri Sanjay Kumar. He has been a social entrepreneur and geospatial evangelist. He is also the founder, CEO, and editor of Geospatial World. Over to you, Sanjay ji.
Can you see my slides, by the way?
Yes, it is there.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Sunil, for inviting me to present in this important seminar. And I must compliment the government of India for really undertaking so many, initiatives in last couple of years to recognize the value of geospatial knowledge and geospatial infrastructure in the national development. And this is something which is pretty much a global trend. And I would like to share a few thoughts, in next 10 minutes. So Sunil, you started with data economy, that we're talking about data economy, and we live in data economy, which is the fact. And there have been several studies which actually talks about that opportunity lost because of not making use of the data. So, and those are in $1 trillion. And those studies are driving the political leadership to make sufficient attention as well as investments into developing national public information infrastructure. And that public information infrastructure in digital age is serving as the foundation for the data economy. So let's see that how the technology, geospatial technology is getting driven by worldwide. Globally, if you look at the right side of this graphic, you'll find that maximum number of respondents, and this is based on almost 500 interactions in person, like over phone, talking about AI, sensors, drones, ubiquitous 5G network, LiDAR, BIM, digital twins, or data cubes. These are the kind of technologies which are actually primarily driving geospatial industry. And when I say that they are driving geospatial industry, they're actually also driving those industries. So be it AI, be it say drones, or be it 5G, all of these growth areas are also powered by the geospatial infrastructures. It's a kind of very connected relationship that, if you're making use of geospatial infrastructure, then your 5G network is better. At the same time, 5G network is empowering distribution of geospatial capacities and knowledge services to everyone. So this is the kind of situation we are, the kind of scenario which is global scenario. Let me go back to, so this is, we all talk about digital infrastructure and digital twins today. And geospatial actually sits between, on the one side, digital infrastructure, on the other side is digital twins. And digital twin is not just one digital twin. Digital twin is of every sector. There is a digital twin of agriculture, there's a digital twin of architecture, there's a digital twin of roads. So digital twin is nothing but a physical representation of digital representation of physical assets or infrastructure in a kind of real-time manner. And geospatial sits in the middle as a kind of interface between digital and digital twins. The topic of the day is geospatial knowledge infrastructure, and what is difference is, like we talk about spatial data infrastructure, and which is almost 25 years concept, great concept at the time, which was voluntary based. Today we are actually talking geospatial knowledge infrastructure, which is not just voluntary based, that is also mandated and federated both. So I know what Santanu talked about federated geospatial ecosystem, but that's also kind of brought into the national priorities. The difference is like from data centric to analytics centrics, from centralized system to federated system, from desktop to cloud, from 2D to 4D, 5D kind of representation. So that is the change which we are seeing, and that's why the geospatial infrastructure, which again sits into the middle in this slide, which is integrated policy framework, foundation data, or partnerships and collaborations, or industry leadership, or applications and modeling, or adding geospatial dimension to the wider digital ecosystem. These are the kind of components of geospatial infrastructure which actually leads to knowledge services. And that knowledge service will help us improve our productivity and efficiency across almost every domain. And now, when we talk about the benefits of geospatial technology, we no more just talk about decision support system, which is important decision support system, no doubt at the macro level. But when you get to the micro level, you talk about efficiency, productivity, planning, monitoring, and transparency. Transparency is very important aspect of geospatial knowledge, as you would have been seeing in the Swamitva Yojana and other places where the transparency is coming up as one of the major output of the whole exercise. Geospatial sectoral market size, I've been talking about this, that we have to talk about geospatial sectoral geospatial strategy, primarily because ultimately the benefit of this knowledge is lying in or embedded into its applications, and the applications are into the mainstream ministries like land or water or panchayati raj or urban or airways or railways, or there are n number of major ministries which are using this technology, and the benefit will go. So what I would say that this is the kind of likely benefit in 3 years. So you'll see that almost 30 to 35% per year growth we are actually talking about, and almost 19% CAGR growth we are talking about in these sectors mostly in next 3 years. And that is the impact of the whatever the work has been done by the government of India in last 2 years. It will also actually create a new industry ecosystem in India. It will, on the one side, increasing a requirement of geospatial hardware and software. And as Rakesh Vermaji talked about, that there are certain Indian companies which have the capabilities to develop, indigenous software as well as indigenous, platforms. At the same time, we are also looking at hardware companies like in the field of drones and all. So we, on the one side, we'll have a lot of requirement of geospatial hardware and software, and this is the right time for the government of India to actually bring in more attention to support indigenous companies to actually build their capacities in this direction, because we are going to consume billions of dollars worth hardware and software in coming times when we are looking at $5 to $7 billion market. So how we actually become more self-reliant is right now we have to encourage companies to start working in that direction. On the right side, you'll see that there will be new business models coming up, which will be solution-driven market, which will be data products. So we will actually, our industry will have a data products, and then we will have a lot of processing capabilities, driven by the AI and all. So you'll see the industry which actually move up from the value chain, from the services to kind of solution industry. And that will drive the geospatial economy to be almost, I would say by 2025, you'll have almost 52,000 crore market economy, which is currently about 38,000. And when I say economy, it actually includes around 15,000 crores of domestic market, about 14,000 crores of export of services, and almost about 12,000 crores of government expenditure. One can argue that, government expenditure is the market, but actually not, because only 15 to 20% of that government expenditure is the market. Rest all is into the part of the economy in the form of services and all. So the challenge which we have now is that, yes, we discussed with a lot of people when we were making this report, and policy guidelines were the biggest challenge. And I would like to compliment the government for doing away with this. But what is, when you go further, start working on it, you'll find 40% of them are saying that lack of dynamic and technology sound tender procurement guidelines. The tender is not itself clearly driven by the futuristic technology ecosystem. On 56% of the people say that tenders are unawarded and we spend a lot of money and time into making that and it gets cancelled. Almost 70% of them talking about lack of collaborative effort between National Geospatial Organization and Indian entities. Again, the idea here is that the people are looking at how the National Geospatial Agency, which is Survey of India, have a collaborative engagement. Especially this is important because many of the projects are not getting completion certificate because of the lack of technical capabilities with those user organizations. They are not able to actually make an assessment that whether this data which has been created by the private companies is up to the mark, who is going to certify that it is up to the mark, and they don't have those capacities, and then because of which those projects never get concluded. And then payment delays in the government projects. But this is 6 months before story. I have been told that the payments are coming from the government on a very regular time now. So which is again, so this is a story which was 6 months back, but we have been continuously talking to the industry and they are saying that the payment system has improved a lot. So what I would suggest that if you want to look at moving forward is the geospatial industrial strategy, which Sunil has already mentioned in his 3-point agenda to have a geospatial industrial strategy. But when we talk of geospatial industrial strategy, I would emphasize on creating some kind of industrial development fund, improve the process of project bids, enhance the local manufacturing capabilities, enhance the competitiveness, and also look at the incubation centers or contract R&D. When scientific advisor in the morning talked about R&D systems, so 25% of the project to go to the R&D. So those are the kind of provisions in the tendering document will actually help in contract R&D. Our effort and our intent of being an indigenous self-reliant industry will not be achieved overnight. It has to go through its own process of maturity. And that's where I think the hand-holding by the government is very important. And these are all will not only help the industry, but will actually help the whole nation. And that benefit will come in the form of this slide, what I'm saying. I talked about 52,000 crores economy by 2025, but the policy impact itself has made it 63,000 crores. And if there is an industrial strategy, this will become almost 80,000 crores. And that's a growth of almost 30,000 crores, where you might invest only 5,000 to 6,000 crores in 3 years on the industrial strategy. And it is not just about 25,000 extra market, but it is actually about the impact in various sectors. When our infrastructure, our urban, our agriculture, our panchayati raj, our railways, all would be more data driven, will be more knowledge driven. The impact on in terms of productivity and efficiency and transparency will be so huge that you will be actually looking at almost a 20 lakh crore impact, because most of this digital technology impact is somewhere between 15 to 20%. So you'll see that 80,000 crores market will actually drive almost 15 to 20 lakh crore of impact. So that's what I think that it is my thought, and I would like to thank you once again for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Sanjay. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Bharat Lohani, professor from IIT Kanpur, and he has also been the founder of GeoNo India Private Limited. Dr. Lohani.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will share my screen here. And sure, my presentation is visible, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, Chair and Joint Secretary Sunil Kumar ji, for inviting me to talk on this great occasion. When we are talking about the post-budget, what are the things which we need to consider, which we need to recommend for the geospatial technology area, so that this technology can really be beneficial for our country the way it is being thought about. So I have, yes, I'm professor in IIT Kanpur, but at the same time, as Sunilji said, I have also industrial experience. I have been teaching, doing research for around 30 years in geospatial technology, but for last 12 years, I have also my startup, and from there I have the industrial experience. So I understand that part also. Now over here in this talk, because I know one thing which always gets left out when we talk about the market, industry, and all that, is the R&D side and is the academic side of it. And I always believe this is the bedrock. Whatever we want to do, we can build it on top of an excellent system of the human resource, an excellent system of the R&D, and on top of that, only the technologies can be built, can be generated, innovations can be done. So I will start with in 2012 in Geospatial Today, I had published an article. And at that time, when our policy framework was very, very restrictive, I tried to find the reasons which were ailing the geospatial education at that time. And I have done analysis of this. I have done some survey also of from the data that I collected from elsewhere. And in addition to the policy, of course, I have written there about the policy framework. In addition to the policy, many other points I highlighted in my article. Last year, when the policy was declared, yes, that was a great moment for all of us, because this policy now makes it possible for us and to leverage our, and it empowers us. It empowers us particularly in the R&D and the academics. So far in academics or in within universities, we were restrained. We didn't have the data. We didn't have the flexibility of collaborating because the data was highly restrictive. So last year, once the policy came, I wrote this article in Current Science that how this new geospatial data guideline is going to impact. And I had tried to also give some roadmap there.
Have we lost Dr. Lohani?
It's like we have lost him.
I thought it was just my computer which went like something wrong.
No, maybe
The slides are still there.
Yeah, slides are there, but it's showing some low bandwidth.
Can the organizers, can somebody help? Anil or someone?
Or maybe what we can do is just call him, tell him, and in the meantime, we can move on to the next and come back to him later.
Yes, sir. Rabinder ji, in fact, in the meanwhile, you can call Dr. Lohani and, right?
Fine, sir.
And from the organizer side, maybe we can unshare the slides, and maybe I can invite Dr. Prakash Chauhan, a director, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun, in the meanwhile. Dr. Prakash?
Thank
Dr.
Well, it looks like Professor Lohani is getting.
Yeah, Professor Lohani is back.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I'm
Please
sorry.
resume.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened in between.
No issue. And Dr. Prakash will come back to you in a while.
Okay. All right. So what I will try to do here, I will try to focus on this point that, what all is ailing our education sector, our R&D sector, and why the geospatial policy or the provisions in the policy are not enough. Of course, I will not go back to all these points. Rather, I will come to a roadmap for that. And I start with the hypothesis. And the hypothesis is, once we say geospatial, this term geospatial, we all start thinking a certain sector. So, and that's obvious also, because that is as per our background, as per our training. What is lacking there in India? Because I have seen the experts in the geospatial sector elsewhere also, in the university domain, in the industry also. What we lack in India, as Prakash Chauhan was also saying this morning, a strata of the core professionals, those who can think of the entire spectrum of the geospatial. We think of the geospatial from our specs. For example, we think either as geologists or as surveyors, as GIS professionals, as computer scientists, as remote sensing specialists, as aerial mapping specialists. But in India, we don't have a strata of the people who can think about the geospatial end to end, from one end to the other end. So without going into the problems which we are facing, I would rather straight away come to the roadmap. So what should be done, and these roadmaps can become very specific guidelines, very, very specific recommendations from our side in this post-budgets webinar. First, and as Prakash Chauhan also said, that in India, we don't train people in 3 or 4 year long courses in geoinformatics or in geospatial technology. Rather, most of the people who are trained in geospatial in India, they have been trained either on their job or through some master level course or through some, say, diploma level course. What we lack, unlike the universities abroad, because I had done a survey, and in that survey I found if I look for good universities abroad, at least 50% of these universities where they are good geospatial programs, they run 3 year or 4 year long undergraduate courses, the bachelor's level courses. In India, we have a few, but it is not the mainstream. It will be mainstream if from the government side now we need this, if in IITs and NIITs, we start the bachelor's level course in geospatial technology. There, these people should be exposed to the entire spectrum of the geospatial, not only one part. And this is what I say, we should produce the key professionals of geospatial, those who understand the entire spectrum, also have depth in one of the areas in geospatial. The another very specific recommendation that I like to make, and this is a point which we have been talking since 2012 when we had an MHRD committee, that we need an Indian Institute of Geospatial Technology. Well, there can be an argument that we already have the NIGST, which is an organization of the Survey of India, or IIST, which is an organization supported by ISRO. So why the Indian Institute of Geospatial Technology? Because the existing institutes which are there, they have a legacy. They carry that legacy with them, and their training, their research is carried as per the legacy. What we need to create an institute where, again, where we can train the people in the full length and breadth of the geospatial technology. When I say this, I mean we should start from the geodesy, we should start from the reference system, we should go to the projections, then the land surveying, then the GNSS, then drone survey, aerial survey, satellite remote sensing, GIS, big data, deep learning, computer science. All these should be taught to them, along with the training in the basics of physics, chemistry, and other subjects, and statistics, geostatistics, for example. This kind of center, this Indian Institute of Geospatial Technology, or we can call it, say, National Geospatial University, this will also serve as a place where experts of all the fields in geospatial are under one umbrella, one roof. And they will be helpful in providing consultancy to the national problems. Now, in coming decade, we are going to, for example, develop the foundation data for India. Always there are questions, whenever we are going for the foundation data, what kind of foundation data? What are the specifications of the data? How to collect those data? Should those data have the same resolution accuracy across India, or should they have different things? So there are many questions which needs to be answered. So a center like this can provide consultancy to those national problems, say Indian reference system, for example. So that's the think tank. I think one more step ahead. And as right now, Sanjay Kumar was talking about, that in many departments or ministries, many times the projects are not being closed. Why? Because of lack of the technical knowledge with the department, who with confidence can say, yes, the project is now delivered, is closed. So projects are not being signed. What I propose, that once we have an institute like this, the Indian Institute of Geospatial Technology, the graduates from there can be taken as a cadre of geospatial officers in the ministries and department. So these officers can become the anchor points And currently also, yes, they are experts in the departments in geospatial technologies, but these anchors, because of their training, they see their career, they see their future in geospatial, so they can really help in that process. Well, this is being talked about, and I will be rather more specific for the data that we generate from the R&D activities. Lot of data, lot of geospatial data is being generated from the R&D. Currently, we don't share it. We don't have a culture of sharing it. So I have a very specific recommendation here that the funding agencies, for example, DST, should mandate that whenever there is a project proposal, the PI should come with a confirmation, with undertaking that the data will be shared, and also that the data will be, its metadata will be maintained, and the metadata will be uploaded on the GIS portal, and data will be always available for sharing. So this culture of data sharing, collaboration has to be built. One more thing that is I see very important, because I work in the high resolution. And when I say high resolution, I mean the data that we are generating from the drone or from the aerial platform, helicopter, aircraft. Unfortunately, because of the restrictive data policy in the past, these data were considered classified. So these data were not available for the R&D. Whenever we would like to do any R&D, we will take the data from abroad and try to work on that, but we didn't have the ground truth. Now with the new geospatial data policy, these data are also becoming available for the R&D. So I have a very specific suggestion here, very specific, that the DST should start network research campaign, where a couple of sites across India, say 5-6 sites should be identified, and these sites should be captured with all kinds of remote sensing methods, say LiDAR, hyperspectral photograph, microwave, and so on. And these data should be shared among the researchers so that we learn how to work with the high resolution remote sensing. And when I say this, because this will help in the technology development in India. In the case of what PM Sri Narendra Modi also talked about, that we need to be Atmanirbhar. To become Atmanirbhar, we need to create this R&D ecosystem in our country. Then only we can think of the innovation, and we can come up with products in different areas, particularly the high resolution. One aspect which I think we need to look into, and that is about the collaboration, research collaboration with the foreign entities. Currently, the geospatial data policy as such prohibits the transfer of data to foreigners no better than a certain threshold. My recommendation is that we should in India have certain sites, and those sites, as I said in the previous slide also, where we have all the data, and these data, this site can be declared as non-sensitive from the security point of view, and the data of these sites can be shared with the foreign entities, selected foreign entities, so that in terms of the research we can collaborate, because research is learning, co-learning. So this should be thought about. Okay, towards the end of my presentation, we need the foundation data for India. And Rakesh ji also said in the beginning, we need these foundation data across India. We don't have these. The good thing is now we can leapfrog. In the West, they started with 2D data. They created, say, building footprint, the 2D GIS and all that. Now we have the technology. We need to develop the expertise so that we can straight away leapfrog to the 3D data sets, which is being attempted also by some companies in India. But in order to do it, what we need to do, we need to do research, we need to do study in what kind of data, where to collect, how to collect, who would collect those, and how to finance those. So all, and what are the social economic benefits of these foundation data? So this study needs to be done before we get into the data collection. Well, academic startups are very important, and we need to promote them. But at the same time, we need to make the public data freely accessible to them. We should not charge to them anything. Also, the R&D facilities which are there in the universities being developed with the funding from the government should be made available to them, so that these academic startups means because now we have got incubation centers in the institutes, in the universities, we should give them this ecosystem, so they can do R&D, they can come with the products, they can come with the services which are relevant for India, are solving the Indian problems. Lastly, in order to, again, the point, how the departments can become more confident about certifying the projects which are being done. So one way of doing it, that those who are doing the projects, if they have got a certificate, the certificate of the surveyors, certificate of the GIS engineers, so we need to create a system in India where these certification program can be run and can be provided. All right, with this, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat. And now I would request Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director IRS, Dehradun.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil Kumarji, and thank you to the Chair, Shri Kiran Kumarji, for inviting me for this particular panel discussion, where we are today discussing about transforming India through geospatial knowledge and infrastructure. And the emphasis of this panel, which has been told to us, is on promoting R&D and human resource in emerging areas. So my previous speaker also talked a lot about the R&D ecosystem development, as many of the previous panelists specifically, highlighted and also dwell about certain bottlenecks and how we can come over those bottlenecks in terms of data creation, data finding, data accessibility, and creating innovation out of this data so that the money can be generated by the private sector. What I would like to emphasize during another 3-4 minutes which I have in this opening session is about how we can enhance the reach of the geospatial data towards the user adaptation. So in terms of awareness, how many people are really aware in India about these geospatial tools and techniques which can be used in different sectors. So that is another bottleneck about in terms of awareness of these type of geospatial tools and their adaptation into various industrial sector. That is point number one. Then the point number two, which was talked about, the availability of the data. And my understanding is there, as well as the previous speaker also talked. Now there are a lot of new initiatives has been created within government sector as well as in the private sector to make these data sets available online through online platforms within ISRO also. Especially the remote sensing data we are now able to provide through Google portal or through other portals like MOSTAC, etc., on meteorology and oceanography data. We are also providing a lot of thematic data through various portals within Department of Space, Survey of India. We heard that they're also providing a lot of online access. But however, there's a lot of other data which is still lying with many government departments and it's not available as thematic layers. As we live in the changing world, one of the beauty of the geospatial data is it also provides you the updation capability. And since all of us are worried about the changing patterns of climate and its impact on various processes and ecosystems, the beauty of the geospatial data is that it also helps you in generating or updating these informations in a very quick turnaround time. So that is where the innovations are going to lie, and the new R&D setups or R&D data sets which we need to create is also going to be very, very important. And as I was discussing in the morning, that we have to create a localized ecosystem. In the morning, most of the panelists have talked about, Atmanirbhar Bharat. But if you still see, for a large amount of remote sensing data sets and some other ground-based data sets, we are still dependent on the data availability, which is basically hosted somewhere else out of this country. So we need to bring in government sector as well as the private sector together. We have enough IT capability in this country to have the localized cloud-based services so that the data becomes easily accessible to most of the stakeholders. And today, as far as the accessibility of the data is concerned, there is a paradigm shift. The way we have been distributing the geospatial data last 20-30 years, that the user used to give a demand, data has to come to his system. Those days have are over now. Most of the data is now residing in the clouds. So one specific takeaway point which I thought that I will make, I will try to emphasize over here, that we need to create an ecosystem here where we can localize the data within the country on various aspects. We have the basic data, we have the foundation data set, we have the thematic data sets, we have the updated data sets, like ISRO has created land use, land cover maps of different cycles at different scales. One is to 500,000 scale, one is to 50,000 scale. However, the dissemination of these data sets still is a key issue. So what we need to do is to have a national level integrated geospatial strategy formulation for encompassing the shared vision of public and private sector for creating this geospatial data infrastructure through cloud-based services. And this, you will see, that will provide an overarching benefit to industry, where you can access ground-based, aerial, UAV, and other space-based data systems for very effective utilization by the stakeholders. This will enable both the industry fabric as well as the R&D ecosystem. Now, when we talk about R&D ecosystem, we also need to think that what kind of new data sets we can create for understanding our changing dynamic Earth. We are talking about high resolution data sets as well, but there are other varieties of data sets in different parts of electromagnetic spectrum. See, the current technology, if you see, we are now more and more relying, and the demand is also there for data which can be acquired in night, data which can be acquired whenever you have clouds or whenever you have the severe weather conditions. So there is a paradigm shift in the R&D domain, that conventional optical systems data is important, but we need to have data also from the microwave systems. India has developed very nice capabilities to have sensors in microwave domain, but the core expertise of using this data has not reached, even at industrial level, as well as to various academic sectors and to the stakeholders. So that is where, as Dr. Bharat Lohani was talking, we need to create the center of excellence, where the R&D in specialized emerging areas like microwave technologies, in hyperspectral remote sensing technology, as we move from mapping to monitoring and quantification. If you have to give to a farmer about the information about the soil organic carbon in the soils, if you have to tell how to do precision agriculture by assessing the nutrient status in the soil, whether the crops are stressed or not stressed, how much is the water availability requirement, we need to go to the new kind of data sets. And these emerging technologies like hyperspectral technology is one thing. We have been doing some work in India in terms of developing sensors, but a large amount of work needs to be done in terms of processing these data sets, in terms of deriving information, and then making the users aware how to use these data products. The second point, which Dr. Bharat told in the morning, we were also discussing, is about a comprehensive, policy on the geospatial education. As this technology, or as this industry is going to grow in times to come, which is as suggested by Sanjay, we will require a lot of trained manpower in this country to carry these activities. If you do not have trained human resources, definitely the kind of economic projections we are talking about, they will be difficult to get. So in that scenario, we need to create a national geospatial education task force. There was a committee in 2012, MHRD committee, but a lot of time has elapsed since then. And there are newer technologies which are coming up. So there is a need of adopting or early adopting of geospatial education at different level, maybe from school level to the undergraduate and to the postgraduate level, and even to the postdoc levels. So that is where I think specific attention is required. And as we have been discussing, we have to create also the undergraduate 4-year programs for geospatial education in this country. So with these words, I will stop here, and then maybe as a follow-up of these discussions, I can come back again and talk more about how the new and emerging technologies will be helpful for both the public sector as well as for the geospatial industry. Thank you very much.
Dr. Prakash, we lost you. So I think you have concluded your talks.
Yeah, I just
Yes.
finished.
He has
Actually,
concluded.
Sunilji, we lost you while we were hearing to Prakash. So you can go ahead, request the next person.
Thank you, thank you. So we'll have now our last speaker for the first round, Miss Abhilasa Purwar, who is the founder of Analytics, is a climate tech startup using satellite data and AI. Abhilasa, please.
Hi guys, thanks so much. I'm gonna actually not share any slides. I'll just share our product straight away, and I think that will sort of clarify a lot of what we have been talking about in this. Can you guys all see my screen very quickly? Yeah.
Yes.
So one of the things I think I would very strongly sort of disagree on certain points with a couple of professors who've come ahead. Although there is a great amount of research and work that I think institutes are doing, but I want to show this particular platform and how it moves. And I think it is also like a lot of panelists have said that we need to build platforms, we need to visualize, we need to provide the data to audience. This is air quality data of India, which is derived from satellite and ground sensors. And I just want to show the speed of the platform. So I just clicked, and this is 1st March data. I again clicked again, and that's the data for 15th February for entire India, 28th January. And this platform is made of 3.3 million data points for every single day are being visualized on this map in real time. And I mean, you can just click and see how quickly it's like loading. We are doing this similar work for pretty much every single parameter on the climate change spectrum, environment and climate change. That's our focus. So let's look at wildfires in India. And I'm going to very quickly shift it to individual points, move it to 6 months. Let's see how many wildfires have happened in the last 6 months. And this also covers farm fires. So if we go to November, we can see Punjab with 11,000 fires on 5th November 2021. If we go for a year, we can go to April and see the wildfires in different parts of like Assam, and so we can see here Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh. And this is the kind of data, geospatial data, satellite derived intelligence that we're all talking about that we should have, we should research on, we should build these data products, we should visualize these data products, we should make APIs of these data products. And we have done all of that. And I want to highlight the team that has built this. Most of our team is is less than 25 years of age. The lead developer on this is actually a BCom honors. So this boy does not have a computer science degree. My CTO is a college dropout, so he dropped out after first year. And in fact, now on the team, we also have school dropouts. So kids who have like left after grade 10 and they're like working on the team and they're making actually pretty good money. I think one of the developers started working with us from 15,000 rupees and makes more than 15 lakhs. So I just want to showcase that the kind of innovation that is possible in India, the kind of technology that we can build, given the kind of human capital, the kind of talent we have, and adding on the value creation and the money part of things within geospatial data, within satellite intelligence, and the whole space economy. What we are seeing is sort of what we saw in 1990s with internet. Even within the space of climate change, what people say is that this is like early days of Google, and whoever builds the next Google is going to build the next $1 trillion company, and by extension it's going to be the next $1 trillion industries or GDPs. We are 1.4 billion people in India, and average age is 29 years of age. So we have, and we produced, I think, 25% of STEM graduates of the world. So we already have all the technological, all the human capital, all the pieces to essentially build a multi-trillion-dollar industry. All of this platform is coming straight from cloud, utilizing, I think it analyzes over 50 terabytes of data, and you cannot analyze 50 terabytes of data without extensively using AI. I'll just quickly show the API gateway which powers this platform, and then I'll just stop sharing my screen. So all of this is going straight from APIs to the platform. So everything in terms of technology that we say that we need to build, we have built on very little capital, with very young people who often don't even have college degrees. So in terms of I think a great part has been the liberalization of the data. I think 2 years prior, we couldn't have used a lot of satellite data coming from ISRO and Indian satellites, which now we can start to deploy. There was a severe lack of ground monitoring data. Definitely, the data wasn't shared extensively by CPCB or the water departments of Indian agencies. And now the availability of that data coming online makes it extensively easy, not just for us as a company, but countless researchers, developers, who are working on this topic. And I do want to focus a little bit on climate change and how satellite intelligence and geospatial data can definitely not just transform, but make India a leader in climate action globally. I was recently at COP26 in Glasgow, and we always have like US or Europe sort of leading all of the conversations around how we need to decarbonize our economies, how we need to, build sustainable economies. We already have 1/10 of the carbon per capita as US or Europe, and we already have demonstrated a lot of growth. And we are also one of the longest surviving civilizations. So we have already demonstrated that by incorporating, sort of more intelligence, more satellite data, we can a lot of our platforms are global. So a lot of our data products are global. We sell to California, Australia. In this aspect, I think India can definitely lead significantly, not from a only like national perspective and the utility of our products for national growth and accountability and monitoring and visualization, but from a global perspective, because we are almost like 20% of the global population. So we really need to think about our planet and our people. Thanks. I'm finished.
Thank you, Abhilasha. Thank you for challenging the conventional viewpoints. So may I now request Chairman, sir, to share his views on what we have heard so far. And maybe after that, with the permission of Chair, I would like to invite the panelists to comment maybe 2-3 minutes each on what they have heard from their co-panelists, and if they would like to make a few points there. Over to you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. And I think what Abhilasha has just shown is really what the country is capable of doing, and also what we were talking about. Once the information data collected at various places is made accessible, how it is used, what kind of services they provide, what kind of solutions that is possible is immense, and that potential is great. But at the same time, while this happens in the commercial industry, we also need to make sure that for the future, there is going to be a sustained development and growth. And that is where what the other people were talking about in terms of building capacity, building this, that support has to go on. While what Abhilasha has shown is the potential that exists with what is available. And we need to take both things and move forward. And one of the key things what is emerging from the discussions is definitely, while the various government agencies or anybody who is generating this data is making it accessible, even for example, what Abhilasha's company is doing, if somebody else wants to use that data, are they going to make it accessible to them, or will there be some restrictions, etc.? These are the issues which we need to little bit tackle and then move ahead. So today, what is being said from the government side is all the data that is collected by the government agencies and for the task that which the government has given, it is finding a way of providing. But then it also brings in, like what Sanjay and others have said, how the industry has to move ahead, and if the economy has to benefit, we also need to have a mechanism where the solution that is provided gets some kind of a validation. And this is where even what Bharat, etc., Prakash, etc., are talking about, if we have some specific sites which are accepted as global locations, which can be used as benchmarks for various activities, etc., would make sense. And then the key thing is, actually, you are also mentioning probably there is also a geospatial board which is looking at how to support industry and how to actually bring in the academic institutions into play, instead of setting up some new mechanism, how they can actually give guidelines. See, what has been talked about definitely brings in that for the strategy for the industry, how to support, what kind of actions should be done, and then for academia, how to move ahead. particularly with the new education policy, many of the issues what Bharat Lohani talked about also gets addressed. But still, if the viewpoint is we need to have graduate courses done, we can make that recommendation and tell that the board can enable that. And more than that, I think some of the DST funding mechanism can also task academic institutions to actually monitor in the country. When we say the data is accessible, we can even task one of the academic institutions to regularly monitor across the board what is available. If there are difficulties, bring out and then bring back to the government what is happening. That means some kind of a monitoring system of how the data is being made available and accessible. I think these are some of the points which emerge. And otherwise, definitely what has been heard in this program already showcases the potential that exists, how the economy in the country can benefit by providing the data access to the people, and what more needs to be done in this specific area. I think there are some points which are emerging, which we could be able to conclude at the end of the thing. Probably we can ask other panelists to comment on what they have heard so far and be very crisp, because we need to end this discussion with some very specific recommendations for future. And also the what Abhilasha has shown is really a case in point, what is possible with the access to data and with the kind of cloud systems and which the service providers are already providing. Thank you.
I
Sir,
just
with your
yeah, sorry.
please go ahead. Please go ahead, Abhilash.
Yeah, I think thanks so much for the comments on Dr. Kiran. I just want to add on one part that it's not just access to data, but also access to capital. All of this requires capital, like companies have to. And before in this technology, as I mentioned, this is Google circa 1990s. So a lot of monetization, a lot of who will be the customer for many of these products that, and I think I'm pretty sure Mr. Rakesh Verma has seen that exact similar process with Map My India 20 years ago, that most of the technology and value creation is very forward looking, where you have entrepreneurs take a forward bet that tomorrow, like 5 years from now, this is going to be a multi-billion, multi-trillion dollar industry. And access to capital within markets is quite stunted. Just to give a parallel, there is a competitor company based out of US which has raised about $200 million. And hence you can see how many people, often out of India, they have built a massive center out of Pune now, where they're employing more than 50 scientists and engineers and everybody. They are able to pull together versus another company based out of India, which is capitalized 1.2 million. So you can see the scale of differences. And along with access of data, we have to really focus on access of capital for many startups, both emerging at every single stage coming in this field, because it's quite risky and it's quite forward looking. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Abhilasha. With the permission of chair, maybe I'd like to invite the panelists in the same order in which they spoke, if that's okay. And we can start with Dr. Santanu. And maybe 2-3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Just I would like to take for the discussion and what chairman has already told. We already have talked enough about the data collection, data processing and all. Only my thing is we still need to intensify our participation, maybe with the industry, even startups, also involving the academia. Now, basically to develop the information products, making the data which is analysis ready, and also develop some advanced tools for computing. So I think in that aspect, we should definitely foster the collaboration with industry and academia, maybe both at national and if required international level. And we need to develop some prototypes, maybe carry out certain experiments and even pursue research. And for that, I fully agree, as told by Dr. Bharat Lohani, and also guided and supported by Dr. Kiran, stating that once we have the common area datasets, maybe having the observations from almost all possible platforms, which will give a good base for developing these kind of tools and techniques. So because the computing infrastructure is not so expensive, it is getting more and more less expensive now. But what is required is really to build the next generation analytics. With so much of data available from various platforms, various sensors, we really need to develop the next generation analytics, so that the decisions can be made which are data driven, and we can also model the different scenarios of the real world. So I was impressed with what Abhilasha really shown, how the data sets can be really utilized. And she has shown the available data sets and various modeling. But I partially disagree with her what she was telling about the not that kind of skill set which is required basically to develop the applications, because what she's talking about, the coding and GUI part is different, but what we still really require the skill sets is basically to develop the models and high level analytics. So I think we definitely require people who have a good background of mathematics, physics, who can really understand that particular scenario. So long-term need, of course, I also support that there is a definite need to build the required sets. And one more thing which we are earlier have been discussing, that we should also need to go beyond the national perspective. Maybe we should also support the industry also to develop something which can be have the presence at the regional level, maybe with our neighboring countries and maybe the Asia Pacific region or the SAARC region, or even beyond that for the international presence. And we have many tools and models which have been developed and demonstrated in the areas like crop insurance, the drought monitoring, the renewable energy, the irrigation, weather forecasting. So I think these are the areas where the expertise what we have should be properly utilized and even disseminated to the regional countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santanu. We can hear now Mr. Rakesh Verma. And Abhilasa, maybe you can respond to that. I mean, when your turn comes, right?
If I have to add few more things on what I said before, the industry has moved to a certain level already. The government has been also doing a lot of projects so far. If we have to go leapfrog now, instead of going like the way we did in the past 20 years, that's not the way for future. So as Abhilasha said rightly, the capital would be a very important part if we need to not only to become Atmanirbhar doesn't also means that we are able to compete with the global. So that's a must. How to get the capital is one topic. I can't get into that discussion here. One of the ways is promote the platforms, the products which has been developed indigenously in India. I'm not saying government is not doing it. Don't misunderstand me. Promote it to the extent is possible. It will help a lot because geospatial industry, when you think of the data and the software, a very classic thing is the more it is used, the better it becomes. Because, and we have noticed that what we call also in technical jargon, a network effect. So keeping that in mind, whether it is a Survey of India data or somebody else's data, the more it is used, the more it can be used only when you provide it through the platform, through the APIs, it's much wider usage. What are the commercials is again another topic. So my point, simple point is promote the indigenously developed platform to the maximum extent is the best way to and the capital availability, how to be looked also parallelly. That's it.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. Sanjay ji, please.
Thank you, Sunil and Kiran sir, for giving this opportunity to come back to share some of the thoughts. So yes, I would say that hearing to the panelists where Rakesh Verma ji highlighted a lot on 3D street view of cities, and I think that's very, very important. He also highlighted the need for supporting indigenous software platform companies. And as I said that in future, you'll see a lot of consumption of software and hardware in this market, which will drive. So why not we have our own capacity to drive the market? What Santanu talked about in his slides, in his talk about sharing knowledge as well as sharing the capacity of ISRO, which is very important. And I think that's a very welcome step that where this ISRO is willing to share its own capacity as well as knowledge and infrastructure with the industry to reach to that level. And of course, Abhilasha really emphasized on what can be done by programmers and the youth. I see represented the youth, which is, which is disruptive, which is just looking at making use of the technology to distribute information. And I think that's a great example, and I know that she's referring to the company. A similar company actually raises about $100 million in California, and here it is even difficult to get $1 million. So the capital is really a serious issue. And then forward, I would be very, very supportive of what Prakash and Bharat told about education. So if I have to just say again, like we are into the fourth industrial age, let's recognize this fact that we should not be left behind in this age. We have already been left behind in the three industrial ages in the past. We should not be left behind this age. But if we want to not to be left behind in this stage, then we have to have a combination of a strategy, which is looking at building foundational digital and geospatial infrastructure, both, then looking at innovation and R&D. It's like IIT Chennai is a classic example. We sent our reporters recently where from education to entrepreneurship. So you're looking at fundamental research, education, and entrepreneurship kind of environment, which should come as part of our education strategy. And third, I would say that where the immediate attention is needed is the sectoral, value chain, that how geospatial knowledge will actually help these sectors. In that case, developing some kind of sectoral geospatial strategies as a part of, engaging with those ministries, educating those ministries, making them realize the potential, and then make them or convince them to invest some kind of guidelines in those directions so that those budgetary provisions and those national programs could benefit from the power of this industry, this technology. And that will actually give a lot of push to our industry by itself. Last point I wanted to say, sir, I know that I'm running out of time. We will, as the market has opened, market is anyway going to go in that direction. Let's take it as a fundamental belief that market will grow. It's not that if nothing is done, then also the market will grow. But what will be the difference is that if we go through a collaborative strategy between the government and industry and academic institutions, then where we could be 2030, we might reach there by 2025. That 5 year, is so critical for us to be not left behind in the fourth industrial age. So that is my concluding point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. Dr. Bharat, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about a few of the things again. Of course, I had made some very specific recommendations in my presentation, and thank you, Kiran sir, for recognizing some of those points. They are really very, very important in order to create the right ecosystem in our country of R&D and the trained human resource, because as I said, that is the bedrock. Moreover, whatever has been said so far, I found one point which was emerging, that was about sharing of the data, in particular public funded data, and also maybe the data which is being generated by private. So it's a great idea. The data needs to be shared, and we need to find the ways of sharing the data. Again, I would like to be very specific, because this thing needs to be expedited. We are discussing it today, but we need to come to the system where we can start implementing that fast. So I think we need more discussion of what kind of platforms, what kind of systems we need, so that that sharing of the public funded data can be realized. It doesn't remain a dream anymore. The policy makes it possible today. People understand it is, no, I can take the data, but right now we don't have framework for that. Unless that framework is put in place, unless that framework is operated through an online portal, unless we make people aware about that portal, aware about the possibilities of sharing the data, it will not happen. So I think we need a special emphasis there for the sharing of the data. That's very, very important. Second thing, which is also related with the first one, sharing of the data, but I look into the national scenario. Today, and as more and more investment is going to come in the geospatial and the Gati Shakti project and the Swamitu project and many other government schemes which are being run, lot of data will be generated, and these data will be generated on project to project basis. However, we must start looking into the national scenario. If these data are being generated, how these data will be interoperable? Unless we invest into the standards for the data, what we will end up with, different kinds of data in different places. Again, there will be problem of these data of not being of uniform quality or as per the quality as per the standard. These will be not as per the interoperable formats. So further use of those data products will become very, very difficult. Something like what uh, is being done by Abhilasha. Those things will only be possible provided the data that we are generating today, the investment that we are making in data generation, all of this is being done as per the standard. I'm participating in the standard development right now under the BIS, and today this is completely a voluntary, assignment. I had to, bring my acquaintances, friends from the academia, from the industry, and I have to pull them to the meeting. A completely voluntary assignment. I think government needs to be serious in developing the standards. Government needs to invest into it so that we can expedite the process of developing those standards. Of course, we have the advantage because many of those standards, similar standards, have been developed elsewhere. We need to bring them, read them, understand them, and Indianize them, modify them. So I think this is the second recommendation that I would like to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat. I would now invite Dr. Prakash Chauhan, please.
Thank you, Sunilji, for inviting me and to comment on what other panelists have also suggested. So I really would like to, acknowledge and appreciate and support the idea which Sanjay has told, that if we have to, and then Abhilasha also talked about the access to capital. So definitely, maybe today we can think of, making a specific recommendation of this Geospatial Industry Strategic Fund, which the government of India can support, and maybe it will enable and also ease the access of capital for the new startups and to the geospatial industry. At the same time, we also have to think that, the capital will flow where there is a demand. And, we have to also identify the sectors in which the money can be made and the demand for the geospatial product is there. So one specific sector, which of course many of us have not discussed today, is the development of blue economy. In India, we have more than 7,500 kilometer long coastline. There's a huge emphasis is being put on the marine geospatial planning, for rebooting this entire blue economy development, where blue economy development, not only the infrastructure development in the coastal region or the offshore region, but also the sustainable, development, which also encompasses issues related to the climate variability and the sustainable and the environmental issues are also involved. So in that area, I see there is a lot of demand for the geospatial products in times to come. One example I would like to quote here, ISRO, along with other government institutions, has done a lot of good work in terms of providing advisories to the fishermen of this country in terms of what we call as the potential fishing zone mapping. Now, this is an activity which has basically a large amount of revenue generation, promise, because currently this activity is provided, or this information is provided free of cost. But if you see, it has also, there are, studies by institutions, they have clearly brought out that this type of advisory itself has given more than 50 to 60,000 crore rupees of additional revenue to the Indian GDP. So if we can monetize this type of services, so definitely Abhilasha and other young entrepreneurs, if you think in those lines, where are the development is going to happen. There is another important program which Government of India is now initiating, is the Amrit Phase 2 program, where more than 4,500 small cities and towns needs to be mapped through GIS-based mapping approaches, and maybe predominantly by the use of drone technology and the very high spatial resolution data. So we have to also think about the avenues where the money can be generated, where there is a demand, and definitely this geospatial industry fund is a very good idea and it needs to be supported. So that's what I wanted to comment on the suggestions given by the two other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. I think Abhilasa, you can take off from where Dr. Prakash has left.
Hi. I'm going to give a little bit on the markets. Dr. Prakash has mentioned where the money can be made. So the carbon markets in 2019 were $300 million. They sold to 1 billion in 2021. They're expected to cross 100 billion in next 10 years. That's carbon markets. Within carbon markets, nature-based sequestration, which is reforestation projects, which happens majorly in global south, India, Southeast Asia, Africa, are big ones, wherein many project developers are also Indian companies and small Indian developers, wherein geospatial data can be completely game changing. Currently, a lot of rating and a lot of analytics is done by US or Europe based companies or agencies, which is not at all like database. It's human, it's very expensive. Very simple projects. Blue Sky has just signed MOU with like 5 different partners on that. And it's a open economy. That's one part. And again, I think somebody was mentioning about defense recently. We have seen the application of private satellite intelligence, both upstream and downstream, within the Russia-Ukraine war, where Maxar Technologies, Capella Space are routinely putting out presentation and intelligence for the US government or for the allies. And that is something I think in which India has really not sort of has so much potential. It can be not just for the Indian borders, but also like generally borders at large. And that is something which can be totally explored. I will also like to mention another really big multi-billion-dollar opportunity, climate risk. We have seen Blue Sky works very extensively in wildfires, and wildfires affect Australian economy, Californian economy, floods and droughts, everything, wherein insurance industry is expected to have like trillions of dollars of losses, and that is where again like satellite data or geospatial intelligence is just like a very very big key player. And if we combine all of this, we are looking at, I always sort of say that India is currently something like $2.83 trillion economy, and which is very stunted given the kind of talent we have, given the type of STEM talent. Bangalore is the Silicon Valley of India. We should be easy $10 trillion economy. We should have multiple companies on our stock exchange which are like pure technology stock. I've been investing in stocks for the last 10 years. I bought Bitcoin when it was only $300 or something. And if you go on national stock exchange, there is a severe lack of very exclusively technology companies. Like for instance, you have in the US Kong or APIG or whatever, NASDAQ is filled with companies which are not making a lot of profitability, not making revenue even, and which are already on stock exchange, accessing public equity, accessing very, very cheap capital compared to any Indian startup, wherein we are with all the engineers. Almost, if you go to Silicon Valley, 20 to 30% of engineers in Google or Apple, they actually are Indians. I'll just finish in 1 minute, Dr. Prakash. So another thing I wanted to was clarify, as I showed on the platform before, somebody was like, we are not doing modeling work. In fact, Blue Sky, we take satellite data and we take research papers which are by ISRO or IRRS or global, universities and researchers, IIT Delhi, and we codify those research papers into a dynamic data set. So the data set, like a lot of work that happens within the company is actually modeling. Currently, we're working on lake monitoring, both like quality of lakes and quantity of lakes, and monitoring how lakes in Bangalore or Chennai are expanding or shrinking. And that's all a lot of modeling work which is done. And all of this work can be done, again, supplemented by education if possible, or even without the supplement of education. Young people are, as a young person ambassador, we're very good in using internet. So we are very good in accessing all the knowledge that is available out there. If you're a research university or you're a professor and you're putting a research paper out there, we would read it. We don't need to often take the classes. We will read it and we will make products and solutions on top of it. So in terms of, just sort of as a recommendation on support, the support that not just the industry or startups, like if we as a country
You've gone mute.
You got mute.
kind of
You're
evangelism.
muted, right? Okay.
Kind of evangelism, for instance, I would comment on Sanjay. He has been doing for companies out of India, for Blue Sky, and for general geospatial industry. We have to really put a lot of support behind, because entrepreneurship or like starting this. We started Blue Sky with just me and my brother on the dining table outside. So, and when we started, like, we had multiple people questioning if as a company we would be able to even execute this. We were actually put in front of 5 professors from IIT Delhi who were drilling us for our first like 1 crore investment. How will you do this analysis? And we're like, we'll do it on AWS. No, you need a supercomputer. This is a discussion that I was part of in 2018, that you need a supercomputer. We're like, no, we'll do it on AWS. And now we're all talking about like cloud computing. So we need very active collaboration between researchers, academics, institutions, regardless of what is the difference in our terminology. In the talk today, somebody was mentioning that Survey of India is now starting to put a lot of data online, which requires API gateways and platform, which we've built. You don't even need to do a tender for it. It's built for spatiotemporal data because that's what we specialize in. Now, this collaboration it's not just about money. It can speed up things. It can speed up the process of taking the data from Survey General of India online in a time span which will be 10% of the time span that you would spend if you would do it through a tender process or something else, because something like this is built. So very active collaboration, very active evangelism, I think. The US government or the different economies across the world, they really champion the cause of their companies. They really champion the cause of their startups. Why is Domino's and McDonald's available everywhere in the world? And why is Bikaner Wala not available everywhere in the world? We also have like really good fast food, right? So if we have to, as Sanjay mentions, we have to really win the fourth industrial age and industrial revolution and not be left behind. We have to put a lot of emotion, mindset, capital, support behind people who are on the forefront, instead of in many ways like instead of like doubting. In fact, in some ways we have to really go behind the dreams and of the entrepreneurs. I feel like Map My India could have been totally a very big competitor to Google Maps had that kind of support been provided to them. Or even if today many companies within the 100-year cycle, they completely transform. IBM has completely transformed. It employs 250,000 people in India, and the entire startup sector of India only employs 500,000 people. So we can really see the kind of lack of support or lack of trust in our own technologies and our companies and startups that we have. So on that thing, I think evangelism, lack of access to more capital, and more collaboration can really transform this sector.
I can see Dr. Prakash raising his hand.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, comment on what Avilasha told. Anyway, she represents the aspirational India and the power of the youth in India. And definitely, I will request the chair of this particular panel to make a specific recommendation. She talked about the carbon credit economy and India being a very large agriculture, economy, and agriculture sector is a large sector which also contributes to the carbon emission. And I know there are a lot of companies working on the carbon sequestration and regenerative farming practices. And the brokerage companies, which are US-led companies, they are basically making money out of this. So I think these are some of the new emerging areas in which the geospatial technology has a very definite role. Today, with this panel discussion, some of these things, like when she talked about the insurance sector, and of course the carbon credit sector, and then we talked about blue economy and stuff like this. So maybe we can also recommend that what is the way forward in these emerging markets, how these new startups can be supported, and what kind of support by the government can be provided to our young people. That's what I just wanted to supplement what she told. Thank you, sir.
Before I come to the chair, we have received a couple of observations from the audience. One from Mr. Varun Kumar, I guess is from Survey of India. He says a Survey of India follows the guidelines of Government of India strictly. Bids are prepared from the model bid document suggested by World Bank and the Department of Expenditure. And this is addressed to Sanjay Kumar ji. So,
Sorry?
Sanjay Kumar.
What's the question? Yes,
It's just a response to the point I think that you are making, that many a time the tender documents are not devised properly, or the bidding is not carried out, technologically, scientifically, in a way that it matures. 50% of them falls flat. So to which Varun Kumar from Survey of India has just mentioned that they prepared their bids from the model bid document suggested by World Bank and Department of Expenditure. So
great. No, so this is not a comment on a particular institution. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And if you remember this also, I said many of the user agencies do not have the technical expertise even to actually authenticate that the work has been done. So Survey of India is an institution which should be actually partnering with other user agencies. If you remember, one of my recommendations that National Geospatial Agency has to partner with user agencies and develop their expertise. They can recognize that yes, this data frame is correct, this is or this project is complete, or this needs a little bit more work. So this was not an institution, but you'll see many of the tenders which never gets awarded is because of the fact of the difference between what you wanted to, what is in tender document and what actually is your goal.
Thank you, Sanjay. In fact, Abhilasa has responded to that. I heartily welcome that. Abhilasa says tenders in itself are a very old construct, and more than bids, we need to move towards collaboration. So Abhilasa, in fact, in my couple of slides, I think I tried to make that point. And I'm also holding the charge of Surveyor General of India, and I extend, I welcome you with open arms to please come forward and give us ideas. How can you collaborate with Survey of India? In fact, I hinted, and maybe I'd also like to hear Rakesh Verma ji, the data of Survey of India and the technology that you guys have, the human capital, the knowledge that you guys have. With the permission of chair, maybe quickly, both of you, first Abhilasa and then Rakesh Verma can comment on this collaboration part between, let us say, agencies like Survey of India and private players from the industry, those who have the technological know-how on how to take this collaboration from being awarding contracts and tenders.
I mean, we're very, very excited to work with many, because many a times what happens is as you're in the product development cycle, you build things, you build infrastructure which you clearly know can be used by multiple other people, especially in the sector. When any tender is floated, the tender is often typically, especially in India, floated in a very project manner. And if you look at SaaS or DaaS or technology, it's all products. So fundamentally, if I have a product, I cannot put it in for tender, because for tender you want a project, and that's a big sort of difference wherein collaboration is the key. I'll give an example. Recently, another sort of a company in our sector got a $17 million sort of revenue from NASA for a certain project. Now these kinds of things, these kinds of revenues and projects are not just really good from a public perception or public relation or news or motivation perspective, but also revenue. In fact, if I go towards any VC in India or any VC across the world, and if I even mention that government, people see that there's a lot of scope of blue sky data and blue sky technology for government usage, but nobody really wants to put any sort of I think valuation on that government sector, because the understanding is that it will take a long time, it will be tenders, you will never get that money, you will spend a lot of time in getting those revenues, or even if those revenues are much smaller, they're actually completely negated, they're converted into zero. If I say that my products can be bought by State Pollution Control Board for even, let's say, 1 crore, which is nothing, that is allocated to a zero by the VC industry because of the time it takes. And often what happens is, I can show you, if you go to CPCB's website and you try to take air quality data from CPCB monitors, it will take you more time than going on my platform and taking that data. There is no API through which you can access the CPCB data. You will have to scrape it. You will have to spend 10 to 12 hours minimum, maybe even more, to get that data, which is readily available on our platform. In many ways, often for free. Like you can get 10,000 API calls for free, right? So these kinds of collaboration between different agencies, much more active conversation between, let's say, ISRO or IRRS, and in many ways understanding how different organizations work, how a startup works, how a company works versus how the government agency works, can create much more value creation. And the evangelism that I was telling about, when we are a small company, we want everybody across the world to know us. Currently we're working with state governments or city governments in Europe. We're working with city of Rotterdam, we're working with Greek government, but we don't work with our own government, and that's kind of because of the lack of speed and collaboration in the process.
Thank you, Abhilasa. In fact, one of the comments I see in the chat box from Dr. Depriya Datta, that what Abhilasa is saying is about New India, but our government financial system is miles behind, which is risk aversion. So I'll leave it there. Rakesh Verma ji, would you like to comment before I leave it to the chair to conclude, because we are, I think, now roughly about only 5 minutes left.
I'm so happy Abhilasha has almost talked everything I would have liked to say. And with the New India kind of thing she's talking about also, I'm fully supportive of everything she has said. The issue that we have also noticed, we have a much longer experience than what Abhilasha has in terms of dealing with the situation. The fact remains that when an indigenous platform is readily available, developed by Indian entities, the question that comes up is collaboration is the right way to do. Where is the need for a tender when you collaborate, where the entire model could be different? What we find in every project, and still we are finding, that every project is coming up with create the data, create the software. Why? What is the need when that exists? Mr. Google has been there, people just use it as is, right? So why can't people use Blue Sky or MapMyIndia straight away as is? Private sector is using it. Believe me, sir, private, and that's how MapMyIndia has been valued. Unfortunately, what Abhilasha said, I don't know if I heard her right, but to correct it very correct in the right way, association with the government definitely helps in the valuation. Association with the government in terms of revenue is a negative factor. That's so we are not looking at that kind of a revenue. We are looking at inspiration, support. We are getting it. We have started getting it. Nobody should misunderstand. There's a big change in the last 1 year, Abhilasha, I can tell you that this after this new regulation, there is a sky change in the way the government ministries are operating. I'm really thankful to not only Sunil Kumarji, but everybody in the industry across, the government across every ministry. But it takes some time. We understand, we are patient, but I hope with your help, it can get accelerated.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. In fact, now we have very little time, so maybe I can excuse me and I'll now hand it over to Chairman, sir.
I already put it in the chat, so that's okay.
Okay, I think this has been a very interesting discussion across the board, and it also shows how between the transition, during the course of transition, those who are doing the activities earlier and those who are going to do the activities in future, the differences that exist, etc. But anyway, putting all that aside, I think the point is today, as we see that the process of generating data, making data accessible, and then also looking at the international scenario where the more and more Atmanirbharta is an essential component. All of this translates back to how the government is going to perform its activities in the future. And in this context, I think the two key things that are emerging is while the process of accessing data and the systems that the entities, private or public sector entities have generated, how they are going to make it accessible, the government should be looking at mechanisms where one particular point with respect to standards I wanted to emphasize, insisting on some kind of a standardization for all data generated or all systems generated is again probably an unwanted thing in my opinion, because as both Abhilasha and the others have pointed out, that there will be mechanisms which will be found where they will convert what is available into what is needed. That will be another one translatory step which will happen. By trying to insist on some kind of standardization, we may be actually limiting whatever transactions that are going to happen. Anyway, that's a viewpoint. But notwithstanding that, for the future, what we are now looking at is whether there is going to be some kind of a funding which is available to the entrepreneurs in a manner which is little more easily accessible than the other thing, how that can be provided within the confines of today's, when, for example, already you have talked about defense research, when so much of 30% of research is going to happen, some small fraction of that being made available to as a development fund. Similarly, infrastructure, when it is spending huge amount, a small fraction of that being made available as this fund, which can be provided to the newcomers or the entrepreneurs who are actually going to generate, maybe one of the recommendations. And beyond that, academic institutions today, the new education policy is making a huge change, and whether another entity is needed as an institution may be a question mark. But then having courses, whether it is BE, ME or MTech, etc., with a lot of synergy among the various disciplines definitely is a requirement. And also tasking some of these academic institutions to systematically evaluate what is available, and then what is available, how it can be actually converted into another useful manner. If a private entity has brought in an API, through that it can become easily accessible. In fact, that could also be put a task to the academic institution. I think few of these points, if they are put together, it will address the majority of the points that were discussed in both generating the data and then supporting the new technology for generation of data, bringing in new technological capabilities, new processing capabilities, and then provide funding to them in some manner will all get addressed. I'm sure Sunil will be able to put together and circulate it among the members and then give that final recommendation of the panel to the PSA. In fact, PSA has already set up one entity for geospatial, both industry and academia interactions. I think that can be the forum where this can be specifically recommended to. So I should thank all the participants for sharing their views, and Sunil for moderating this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With your permission, sir, invite Dr. Ravindra Panigrahi for the vote of thanks. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Finally, we have come to the end of this breakaway session. It is very important to duly acknowledge all the concerned for the success of the event. At the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude from core of my heart to our Honorable Prime Minister for sharing his vision and his thought-provoking insights budget webinar. This has really created the base to drive the deliberations in the breakout sessions. Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely grateful to our Honorable Minister for Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Dr. Jitendra Singh, for providing his guidance throughout while organizing these sessions. I must express my hearty thanks to Professor Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, for providing all his guidance and support to organize this entire webinar on technology-enabled development. Let me express my deep regards and hearty thanks to Kiran Kumar sir for sparing his to chair this session and provide his vision and guidance to steer this discussion and also preparing a way forward for implementation of the budget announcements related to the geospatial sector. We are equally thankful to all the distinguished panelists, starting from Dr. Santanu, Rakesh Verma-ji, Sri Sanjay Kumar-ji, Dr. Bharat Lohani, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, and Madam Avilasa for taking out time from their very busy schedule and sharing their thought-provoking insights and suggestions and making this deliberation very lively. Many thanks to one and all. I must express my sincere thanks to all the audience listening to this deliberation and also posting their queries and suggestions through chat box and also the YouTube channel. I would like to express my hearty thanks to Sri Sunil Kumar sir for accepting our offer and taking the pain to moderate the session. In fact, this effort, your effort in taking this program or taking this deliberation to a new way of looking into the geospatial sector or implementation of the new collaborations or new ways of working together with industry, academia, research, and government. Thank you so much, sir. We are very much grateful to Dr. P.S. Acharya-ji for accepting the role of rapporteur for this session today and provide his guidance to compile the summary of the recommendations for further presentations. I must express my sincere gratitude to PMO, Office of PS, for providing constant guidance and support to organize this session and making it a grand success. We are extremely thankful to the very vibrant NIC team led by Mr. Ramanaji for all support in facilitating the platform and patiently resolving all our technical challenges faced throughout. It was a great experience, in fact, and it's really commendable job. I must mention my deep sense of appreciation for my colleagues in DST and our DST policy, STA policy fellows, the DST media cell, and also Vigyan Prasar for their wholehearted support and cooperation in making this event successful. Once again, I extend my most sincere thanks to everybody available here and all those contributed from behind the scene. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindraji, and that brings us to the close of the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, NIC. Hello. Hello, NIC.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ब्रॉडकास्ट कर रहा
सर यस सर बोलिए हेलो
हेलो
जी सर
शैलेंद्र जी ने ब्रेक हो रही है
डिस्टरबेंस आ रहा है सर थोड़ा सा
ऑडियो ब्रेक हो रहा है सर
दूसरा माइक है कोई केबल को या तो चेंज करो या केबल कनेक्ट करके दोबारा डिस्कनेक्ट बीच में डिस्टरबेंस आ रहा है
अब ठीक है सर
अच्छा टिकट का
हाँ अभी ठीक है
RWL चला गया ना
डिस्टरबेंस तो नहीं है सर
कंटिन्यूस कुछ बोलो 1 2 3
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
परफेक्ट ओके
सर कैमरा
हाँ कैमरा भी ओके
फ्लिकरिंग कुछ है तो नहीं है सर
अभी उतनी नहीं है मेज चलेगा
ठीक है सर म्यूट कर रहा हूँ मैं सर हेलो सर
हाँ बोलिए बोलिए
सर एक फ्रेम में सर का व्यू दे देना सर
ठीक है
ठीक है
यस सर
सर को सर का ही ना एक सेल्फी बना के दे देना
हाँ 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 सर
डन सर
ठीक है सर
माइक म्यूट कर लिए सर सर माइक म्यूट कर लीजिए माइक म्यूट कर
sir. Namaskar, sir.
Hello?
Hello, Preeti, we can hear you. Yes, ma'am. Hello. You can hear me? Yes, ma'am. Hello. Okay, fine. Thank you.
This meeting is no longer being recorded. This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being recorded.
Over to you, Parul.
Namaskar. Honorable Ministers, senior officials, colleagues, panelists, participants, and viewers, welcome to the concluding session of today's webinar. Honorable, as India moves towards its centenary celebrations in 2047, the budget 2022 included several new initiatives with a focus on growth and inclusive development during the next 25 years. Today's budget webinar focuses on technology-enabled development. Plenary one started with the inaugural address by Honorable Prime Minister, where he shared his vision for a technology-enabled India in the Amrit Kal and set the goals and expectations for the groups to deliberate in the breakout sessions. While emphasizing on the sunrise sectors such as AI, geospatial, drones, semiconductors, space technology, etc., he once again stressed the need for a strong 5G ecosystem, data governance, and use of technology for empowering our citizens. The principal scientific advisor emphasized that collaborations between research, academia, and industry is necessary to improve our S&T capabilities and how S&T investments will build India's capabilities of the future in diverse areas such as climate change mitigation, energy transition, telecommunication, etc. Today's event brought together leading personalities from the industry, policymakers, and government officials to dwell on the technology-related budget announcements and identify actionable strategies to ensure ease of living of common man. As we celebrate the glorious years of India's progress, especially in the field of science and technology, we acknowledge the significant and unparalleled contribution made by several eminent scientists. These luminaries shaped the scientific interventions in India and thus began the journey to ensure India's strategic autonomy in various fields of science and technology. With the Government of India's policies on Atmanirbhar Bharat, there is major focus on a self-reliant ecosystem in science, technology, and innovation, along with transfer of science to solutions. With the learnings and success stories of the past in various R&D sectors, we need to develop capabilities to find innovative S&T solutions for the benefit of common man through seamless conversion of knowledge to application. This is possible with the appropriate linkages between academia, industrial, and civil society to ultimately scale our ambitious but doable plans by 2047. In recent years, we saw the benefit of a robust biotech research ecosystem and the pharma manufacturing ecosystem, wherein our country was able to develop, demonstrate, and deliver multiple domestic vaccines for COVID. We also developed our own 5G technology with integrated efforts. We now look forward to the outcomes of the 4 breakaway sessions, which deliberated upon the positive impact of the budget to facilitate a technology-enabled environment for delivery of R&D solutions to the citizens of the country. Breakaway session 1 on building a strong 5G ecosystem for service delivery, led by Department of Telecommunication, had a focused panel discussion on promoting Make in India of 5G products and make it affordable so that the broadband and mobile services reach the remotest corner of the country. Breakaway session 2 on science and technology towards a circular economy, led by Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, dwelled on challenges in managing e-waste and development of recycling technology and policy for recycling. Panel discussions on energy efficiency, low carbon technology development, and next generation mobility also form part of the session. Department of Science and Technology led the 3rd breakaway session on promoting R&D, human resources in emerging areas, and once again emphasized on the importance of bridging the industry-academia gap for R&D innovations. And there was a special session on need for a national geospatial policy. Breakaway session 4 on emerging technologies for sustainable development, led by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, led sessions on motivating startups and how India can be made a global hub for data center and cloud. Now I invite the secretaries of lead ministries of the 4 breakout sessions to summarize the outcomes of today's events. The order of the presentation will be Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary, Department of Telecommunication on breakout session 1, Dr. Shekhar Wande, Secretary, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research on breakout session 2, Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology on breakout section 3. The last presentation will be made by Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Subsequently, we will seek the views and guidance from the Honorable Ministers of the line ministries on the deliberations on the breakout session. Over to Secretary Rajaraman.
Discussions. The first one is regarding the PLI schemes of DOT and METI, and the second topic was on the use of technology, design, etc., for the delivery of services in the rural areas. So, can we share the presentation? Sir, I request the PSA's office to kindly permit us to share. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So there were two sets of panelists who were. Can I request the PSA's office to kindly permit us to share the presentation?
It's available. The facility is available, sir. I'm again.
Yeah. Are you able to see my presentation?
No, sir, we can't see the presentation, but the facility is available to share.
Okay. Is it now visible? Yes. Thank you, sir. So
It's visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Next. So the suggestions made by the various panelists have been summarized in 4 slides. First of all, I think the first set of suggestions have come on developing India as a manufacturing. The point that was made by some of the representatives of the industry was that the India has done very well in terms of the mobile equipment manufacturing development within the country, while there are certain subsectors such as IT hardware, wearables, etc., where I think we and telecom equipment, where I think a lot more work needs to be done. So therefore, essentially, there were some of the points that were made are listed here. The first one is leveraging the large home market to spur production within the country, which I think precisely the design is for. But they would feel that they felt that there needs to be more economies of scale by bigger production facilities. The second point made by them was that there must be a greater support under the PMI scheme. I mean, where I think there must be some incentivization for TSPs for procuring local equipment, telecom equipment. There must be exclusive access at least to about 20% of the market to enable Indian champions to emerge, and use of domestic products only in certain critical sectors. So these are some of the suggestions they have given in terms of the PMI. The other points that were made was that there must be a design-led manufacturing initiative in all the sectors. I mean, I think so. They were happy to note that the telecom department has come out with a program, but they felt that similar such facilities must be available in other production linked incentive schemes as well. Then they've also mentioned that there must be no cap on R&D investments under this program, including manpower, because there are some caps relating to manpower expenditure, etc., under the scheme. They also felt that that the Indian IP-led manufacturing of key mobile phone components such as displays, cameras, etc., must be given preference, so that I think we have greater value addition within this country. The next set of suggestions related to growth of R&D within the country, and India attempting to become a global R&D hub as part of the global value chain. So the suggestions included acceleration of R&D investments for 5G products with Indian design and intellectual property, and also provision of R&D grants on at least on a 1:1 matching basis with private industry for investments made to develop Indian 5G products over the next 2 to 3 years. They also felt that technology test beds, I mean, I think they were referring to the 5G test bed which was set up. So they felt right from the beginning, we set up as an industry institution consortium, so that right from the beginning, the collaboration takes place. not after the test bed is ready. So then they also suggested that we must try to create champions on for Indian intellectual property rights in the fields of 5G and mobile phones, 5G and electronics. So in the semiconductor sector, there was a suggestion that that R&D must be promoted in fabulous design for chipsets less than 28 nanometers, and the R&D funding models should risk funding programs, which is prevalent in some countries like Israel. Next, please. The other set of suggestions also included setting up more 5G test beds for use case development in the country, because essentially, since the use cases are just evolving, they felt that probably sector-specific use test beds need to be developed to promote a greater emergence of use case technologies. Similarly, the IIT Madras Professor Ramamurthy also mentioned that there is a need to use the locally developed components for design in India. I mean, I think he was referring to the Shakti processor, which could be embedded into domestic narrowband IoT, as well as in the radio access network distribution units, etc., which are being developed under the 5G program. So this greater collaboration between various parts of the Indian ecosystem is being referred to by him. Then there is also need to align all private and public institutional efforts across the ecosystem, because it is felt that sometimes a lot of these institutions, R&D institutions, including within the government and outside, actually overlap and try to reinvent the wheel all by themselves. So it was felt that all of the institutions must join together in a collaborative effort where we divide the pieces of work and then collaborate for producing a whole. So this kind of an effort, I think, is required going forward. This was an excellent suggestion that was received. Then an interdisciplinary lab ecosystem and certification for validation is something which is very important for actually IP development within the country. Next, please. There was also a suggestion on the connectivity components. One of them was on designing a new OFC cable embedded with power cables, because essentially they were referring to the enabling which has reached out to every village with power energy availability through electrical cables. So they were there was a feeling that this strength could be further harnessed by designing a new OFC cable which can be integrated with the power cables to reach out to every village. Similarly, collaborations with DISCOMs, which already have the right of way to all the villages, must be harnessed to actually reach out to every village to achieve what the Honorable Prime Minister had said in reaching out to all the 6 lakh villages soon. Integration of communication solutions for electric vehicles is also something which there was a suggestion. Strong backhaul and connectivity and broadband connectivity using the new highways which are being built is something which needs to be given attention. Then need for spectrum use for meeting the rural needs and urban needs was mentioned, specifically with reference to E-band and V-band. So Professor Abhay Karndikar mentioned that at least 5 carriers of E-band should be delicensed to enable such use cases in rural areas, and also to proliferate the broadband speeds in rural areas. There was also the suggestion that the V-band has to be delicensed to enable low power use within in captive networks. There was also a few suggestions related to captive networks, that there is a need for policies for captive networks enabling Industry 4 to flower within this country. These are some of the major suggestions which have been received during this. We will be giving a more detailed note with other suggestions also which have been received. I am stopping here because of limitation of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rajaramam. We now go on to Dr. Shekhar Mande, Secretary, Department of Science and Scientific and Industrial Research, DG CSIR. Dr. Mande.
Thank you, Professor Vijayaraghavan. So, as was mentioned by Honorable Prime Minister in his speech today morning, he said that circular economy approach will not only reduce the waste, but also enable competitive industry to grow and enhance public health. So there was a key message actually in the morning, and we were assigned on these lines 4 different themes that we discussed on. One was on e-waste. The second one was on green energy and low carbon technology. The third was on energy efficiency. And the fourth one on e-mobility and battery swapping and so on and so forth. So the discussions actually took place in this, and multiple people from both academia and industry and the government, they participated in the discussions. Next slide, please. So in the section on e-waste, essentially people highlighted what is the current status, which I have listed on the left-hand panel there. I am not going to read out all of that, but it suggests that there is a huge scope based on the existing network to further grow in this particular area. And the substantial ground has been covered already by multiple institutions such as CMET, CPET, IITs and CSIR. But the policies interventions that might be required are also actually listed on the right hand side. That is, so we need to actually some policy framework for recycling and end use within India. We need to create an ecosystem for chip manufacturing, which already government has actually started work on this. Private sector roles are to be integrated for employment generation and role of stakeholders in capacity building. And this point came again and again in all the themes that skill development actually is absolutely necessary in all of these. Actually, all the 4 areas that we are talking of, skill development, because the scale that at which we want to operate, we need many more people, and private industries can actually come and help us in that particular aspect. And then there was creating awareness for e-waste for recycling among both users and vendors. Next slide, please. The next session was on green energy and low carbon technologies. Once again, status is lifted on the left-hand side that currently we have very high dependence on the fossil-based fuels. And by 2030, our goals are actually to 500 gigawatt of power, which would not be fossil-based. And about 25% energy demands are for cooking, which is a neglected area for transitional R&D. So this is the kind of thing actually things that came up that we have a biofuel policy already in place. But the policy framework that would be needed would be to develop network of industrial ecological systems, which would be essentially industry academia partnerships. The bioeconomy needs a consistent policy support where we need to actually assure we have mandates and supply side security of feedstock at stable prices. And some of it also could be agri residues and so on and so forth. Renewable power is to be dispatchable and invest in energy storage at scale, which of course the government has announced number of PLI schemes on these particular areas. Then decarbonize large energy consumers such as steel, fertilizers, thermal power, and so on and so forth. And PLI at component level for renewable power infrastructure, some of it is already in place. The Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned in the morning that 14 key sectors already have been for manufacture. The PLI schemes are in place, but probably we may need a few more in circular economy area. In the next slide, we talk about energy efficiency and saving measures. Now, this also was a very fascinating session where status is that higher energy use for our aspirations actually would lead to depleted resources. But an important point there was made was if we actually make a shift towards electricity, that actually might actually save our dependence on some of the other energy intensive resources by use of electricity. And electricity, of course, we can generate from non-renewable, from renewable sources as well. The policy things that would be needed, where actually private sector's roles actually needs to be integrated for employment generation in this particular aspect. Some of the very important points that were made in the policy side were things like how do we integrate the informal sector with the formal sector? For example, in e-waste recycling, we know that the integration of formal sector, informal sector needs further enhancement. And one of the suggestions that came, I mean, I just put it out for consideration here, was can we actually not also have the informal sector consider on par with small farmers and all the policies for farmers and all those things which are there. The other one was the role of stakeholders in capacity building and awareness of energy needs to be enhanced. Then audits and performance contracts and all, they also need to be improved at a very large scale. and the development of common measures and verification, they need to be highlighted. The fourth session was on next generation mobility. Please. Yeah. This was actually on mobility, e-vehicle policies and battery swapping, etc. Here actually there are a number of PLI schemes already in place in this particular domain. And the status is that charging, swapping stations and service on fleet are emerging concepts, and they need to be promoted in this particular aspect. We know that our dependence on this thing is going to be increasing in the coming time, and therefore we have to be ready for both manufacture of lithium-ion batteries and the next generation batteries, which could have different chemistries, other chemistries than this. But also the infrastructure for battery swapping and all also needs to be generated at multiple places. The policy that would be needed would be to nurture Indian industries and promote the startups for indigenous manufacturing of batteries and related components for EVs to the PLI schemes, which of course is already in place now, the PLI scheme. The minimum level of battery manufacturing needs to be at least 1 gigawatt hour to meet the 55 gigawatt hour target capacity, which is aimed by the government of India today. Then we need to actually generate industry, academia, research lab consortia, and this should be encouraged on sustainable battery chemistry and form the further policies in this particular regard. And the last point was the Indian standards need to be finalized, and this actually requires a good amount of work of our standard, which are in tune with the global best practices in what actually would be policies and all in this particular matter. And the raw material supply chain has to be strengthened to so that we are not affected eventually by disruptions in the supply chain, logistics, and so on and so forth. So to summarize, what we actually need is to establish national capacity across public and private sectors, across academia and across industry, with translational research expertise, with economically viable and globally competitive technologies, which is important. And I actually mentioned the last one in the previous slide, that we have to actually tune ourselves with the globally competitive thing, because there are too many overseas players also would be jumping the gun at some point of time. So we will actually need to have our own standards which are defined according to the global standards. The timelines are quite tight, and the global players, as I said, are waiting in the wings to come in at a very short notice. So what we need actually is a well-coordinated set of parallel efforts with clear implementation plans and effective monitoring, where accountability would be an essential ingredient. So this is essentially what we discussed in the circular economy section, but several useful suggestions, more detailed notes are available with us. So we'll be very happy to generate a more detailed note based on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now request Secretary Science and Technology, Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, for his introduction.
Honorable ministers and dignitaries on the call today, greetings to all of you. Today, DST has coordinated two breakaway sessions. Breakaway number 3, which was on promoting the R&D human resource in emerging areas. So revitalizing the industry academia collaboration, catering to entire innovation and technology life cycle. And the second was the transforming India through geospatial knowledge and infrastructure need for a national geospatial policy. So if we look at the first session, which was attended by the panelists, leaders from pharma, automobile industry, startups, and other sectors. And we had Dr. Satish Reddy from Dr. Reddy's, Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation, Indranil Manna, former Director of IIT and also currently President of INAE, Shankar Venugopal from Mahindra & Mahindra, Taslim Arif Saeed, and Sandeep Verma from ACRB, and Anita Gupta from DST. So the deliberations went on for 2 hours, and the major takeaway for this, while the slides are getting uploaded, actually the major takeaways from this message has been that we need to make sure that the translational research gets the top priority, as the investments into the fundamental science have gone for the last several years, and we built a nice base. And now they wanted, all the recommendations were that how we would now put our investments into translational work. Also, one major recommendation came in the industry academia collaboration, which is not on a large scale in our country currently, is the postdoctoral culture. Many of the developed nations always have postdoctoral culture, where they're the ones who do a lot of translational work, and also the designation of those postdoctoral fellows to be getting assistant professors and on a tenure basis, and also routine technical and scientific audits and continuous monitoring of all the investments made by the government into research activities. So this is one strong recommendation came up. Another one was on how we could really promote the research innovation, solving societal problems. As Honorable Prime Minister today was addressing, science is universal, but the science has to be used for technology for the local use. So science for local use is something all the panelists have taken into consideration. Also, while we are talking on the policy framework and patents, there has been a strong desire that the patent box has to be strengthened in such a way that the financial gains are shared between academia and industry. Also, the one recommendation was many academic institutes don't have a professional tech transfer departments, and it was felt that a professional tech transfer department with proper freedom to transfer the technology to industry without too much of bureaucratic hurdles was one important recommendation came in this sector. When we are talking of the new education policy, it was also felt that if you can really embrace some of the best Western universities and top universities in the world, we're partnering with our state universities so that the ecosystem could be strengthened. Also, another important recommendation came from the industry friends was like research-linked incentives. Many a times, the industry spends a lot of money on the R&D, but they have been requesting the government that whether they could get some tax incentives when they invest monies into R&D activities. Another major recommendation came was the coexistence of the academic and industrial partners into same campus, whether an academic institute could go and coexist on industrial campus or vice versa. That way, I think the collaborative programs could go much better. And one major recommendation from our Mahindra colleague was whether industry academia can sit together and make a 10-year roadmap that both partners invest with equal vigor, so that the endpoint is defined on the day one when the program is taken up. Another sector which required large attention in R&D was the agricultural sector. While we are very strong globally in agriculture and we export a lot of food products, but the quality and the science behind production of urea, ammonia, and other pesticides and all that should be taken into consideration, and the drone technology should be bought into aggressively for this activity. So these are some recommendations which came for the academia industry collaboration. And the other session which was done was basically on promoting R&D, my apologies, was on the transforming India through geospatial knowledge and infrastructure need. So in this sector, the strong recommendation which came was leveraging the human capital that the country already has to develop products and solutions using the geospatial data now made available through an outstanding policy which allows everyone to access this data. Also, the freedom of operating drones has been a boon for this, and many startups are coming aggressively in this sector. But one major challenge has been that the shortage of the human resource. So new programs or a new curriculum to be introduced at the undergraduate and postgraduate level in the geospatial data analysis and mapping is one strong recommendation which was felt by the industry friends. Also, standardization of the professional services provided by the surveyors, VSI professionals, through industry-led certification is something recommended by all the groups. So overall, I think if we look at the recommendations for this sector, improvement in capital availability to startups and other businesses, and then geospatial investment fund to be created exclusively for startups, geospatial industry development strategy, then sectoral development plans, need to come up with a way forward in the new sector, such as highlighting in today's discussion like insurance sector, carbon credits, blue economy, and devices for strategies on how the government can play a very important role. So also look for market beyond India is one strong recommendation which came up. because geospatial now data is available for international collaborators also. So this geospatial policy would allow international players also to explore our data. So these are the recommendations came up. I stop here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I now request Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for his interventions.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I am Rajendra Kumar, sir, AS in MIT. I will present the recommendation from the panel, sir. I will share my screen.
Please.
Sir, this session was technologies for sustainable development. And we had two sessions within this slot. First was on energizing startups and deep tech with data and AI. And the second was focused on making India a global hub for data centers and cloud infrastructure. We had a star-studded panel, sir, in both the sessions. In the interest of time, I will not read out the names here. In terms of the key takeaways, sir, these are listed here. The first was that in terms of the design principles for the policies and for the initiatives, they must be focused on innovation and universal inclusion in terms of ensuring that all the startups can have access to data without any difficulty. And startups, even in rural areas, they can have access to the same set of support systems and data as the startups in the cities. The second key takeaway from this panel, sir, was on investment. There was a suggestion that we could make investments of 10,000 crore, out of which half of that could be focused on AI use cases and the remaining half on the deep tech startups. So this was suggested by the panel. In terms of the need for employment generation, skilling and reskilling are the major areas which this panel recommended, and the potential to create 5 million jobs, and then for large scale skilling. That was one key takeaway from this session, sir. Then, sir, data exchange also came out as one of the key takeaways, where the focus was on ensuring that the access to data could be uniform for all the ecosystem partners in terms of ease of finding and describing data sets, in terms of security, privacy, and payments, etc. And also in terms of transferring data. So this was another key takeaway from this panel, sir. The next one was in terms of approach for adopting AI at scale. The suggestions were that problems could be identified with the government, ministry, state governments, etc. And there has to be a structured approach for problem solving using AI. So this was a key takeaway to promote startups in AI and deep tech areas. And the 4 response vectors on which we can base our initiatives were as follows: promotion of startups, then talent creation in terms of skilling and reskilling, and then preparing the country for these futuristic technologies, and opening of data sets, because they'll at the heart of the startups focused on deep tech and AI and other emerging technologies. So this was a key takeaway from this panel. In terms of the policy support, data governance framework was the focus of this recommendation. Also, we need to promote a data sharing culture and quality data creation. That is the data sets which are curated for ready to use by the ecosystem partners, startups, then academic institutions, and the other entities to ensure that the startups can get full support. In terms of the data exchange, API Setu is one of the key takeaways, where the focus of the panel was that we could have the data sets that are now available in the government domain, both at the central and state levels. They need to be integrated through IT bridges, through API bridges, whereby the data sharing can be uniform, seamless, and access to data can be made so much easier for the startups. So the key takeaway was that supporting startups in deep tech and AI and other areas would be critical for the achievement of the vision, the target of 5 trillion digital economy in India by 2025-26. And these were the key focus areas in the panel, sir. In the second session, sir, the focus was on making India a global hub for data centers and AI. Again, we had an outstanding panel where the discussion was very focused on the support initiatives required for making India a global hub. So in this panel, sir, the key recommendations were as follows. The first was the need for larger scale augmentation of safe, secure, and trusted data center and cloud infrastructure. At present, the capacity in India is actually not comparable to what even some of our neighboring countries have, like Singapore and even a smaller country in Europe. So this needs to be augmented at a rapid rate to a much larger level. Then procurement of data center and cloud services by government departments, both at the central and state level, they need to be really looked into and ensure that they are supporting the growth of data centers and cloud service in India. Then lack of skilled resources was another area where the panel mentioned that this requires to be urgently enhanced, and we need to focus on skilling. Right now, there is a supply constraint in the economy in terms of quality resources for IT sector and data centers and cloud infra specifically. So skilling has to be taken up at a larger scale across the entire country, sir. Then another recommendation was with regard to edge data centers, which the panel mentioned that they may be promoted in rural areas because we have now the new technology like 5G coming up, where the focus would be on edge computing, and edge data centers is the way forward in future, and it's also now coming up in a large way across the entire world. Then another recommendation was on data sovereignty, the need to host data in India within the Indian IT and data center infrastructure. And it was mentioned that the data protection bill would be a key regard to ensure that the data center ecosystem gets a very strong support and a good boost. The next key takeaway was on the policy to promote use of indigenous equipment for data centers. This is already a part of the policy that we have proposed, METI has proposed, where we have proposed to give incentives for the domestic equipment, both IT, non-IT for data centers. Then CapEx support for data center growth also was mentioned as one of the key recommendations by panel, whereby we could provide support for capital expenditure for establishing data centers in India. Then resilient and redundant fiber connectivity was a key recommendation from the panel, especially rural areas where we want to promote data centers because land is available in those areas only. And this would be a key factor in really promoting these areas as the destinations for establishing data centers in India. Dark fiber access to data center and cloud players was also one of the key takeaways, where the panel mentioned that access to dark fiber now is something that needs to be addressed urgently to allow the larger scale growth of data centers in India. And one more key recommendation was that the state governments and other government agencies, they need to ensure that the NOCs and required for setting up data centers, they need to be fast tracked. This is a key area of concern where some stakeholders, they are saying that it takes several months to get all the approvals in place before they can establish a data center. So this was another key takeaway from this session, sir. So that is also, thank you so much.
I thank all the secretaries of the line ministries in bringing out the outcomes of today's breakaway sessions. And now we look upon the honorable ministers to share their guidance based on the conversations of today's deliberations. I would first like to invite Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, to provide his views on today's deliberations.
Thank you, Minister Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Principal Secretary, Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor Vijay Raghavan, secretaries and other colleagues of various ministries, and ladies and gentlemen. So firstly, Professor Vijayaraghavan, thank you for organizing this webinar. I think it is an extremely useful and indeed important element of what should be a permanent post-budget conversation about all things technology and technology strategy for the country going forward. So thank you for doing this, and thank you for having us speak today. I have, with some degree of attention, listened to the four secretaries and their findings on these breakout sessions, and I can see that I think we are all through this webinar beginning to converge around some broad common themes around how we need to progress this whole tech economy and the tech space into the future, in keeping with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision. We can all accept and agree that thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister's vision, India is currently has become one of the world's preeminent nations in the use of technology, not just in the conventional areas of R&D and technology development and innovation, but most importantly in the use of technology to empower and transform citizens' lives, expand the digital economy and the economy in terms of opportunities and jobs, and of course, become a world-leading player in the future of technology, future of technologies and innovation. And if at any point in the history of India, the importance of technology was to be demonstrated and reaffirmed, it is the last 2 years where technology, innovation have helped the government and assisted the government become resilient, citizenry become resilient, and indeed the economy become resilient. And I think it has been a defining 2 years in terms of how technology has been deployed and has really helped the nation and in a complete entirety. This budget is quite clear, reaffirms, re-establishes or reiterates the Prime Minister's vision and strategy around deeper embedding of technology in our economy, in the way we work as a government. And he has coined the phrase "techade," which I think aptly describes what the next 10 years ought to be for us as a nation and for all of us as stakeholders in the technology economy. I will make broadly some few points. I don't want to make a long speech. It's been a long day, I can understand. The first point I want to make is that I will postulate, or I will put forward for all your consideration, that the rate and acceleration of digitization of economies, of consumers' lives, of governments are only going to intensify. And they are going to intensify deeply, and therefore that is an issue that we need to look at both as an opportunity as a challenge. Second is that there is going to be this race for innovation and technology in terms of ownership, leadership, standards in the coming years. Because like I said, emerging from the first point that I made, that technology is going to play a much more important role in the competitiveness of nations, competitiveness of economies going forward like no other time in the history of mankind. And if you take these two broad points, I would make the following cases for your respectful consideration. All of you are very experienced in both government and in technology. Most of you are more experienced in government than I am, for sure. I will argue that I have a little bit more experience in technology than some of you, but I will make the following cases. First is, I think our roadmap to technology and innovation and R&D has to be more urgent, much more driven by urgency. Our timelines have to be less gradual and more urgent. Urgency, I say, because the next 2 years, I believe, and I've used this phrase in the past, are like the Y2K moment for the world in terms of technology and innovation and the digital economy. So urgency. The second point I would put forth for all of your consideration is that out of the various R&D projects in the government of India and our overall ecosystem, we need to make them more outcome oriented, much more sharply focused on what is the result of the R&D, what is the outcome of the R&D, whether it is IPR, whether it's product, whether it's technology. Third is, and I think this point was referred to by Secretary Rajaraman and I think even DG CSIR, that this concept of collaborative development, collaborative R&D, is a concept that we need to move into reality and make it much more, demonstrate a lot more efficacy. And I mean government to government, between DOT and MeitY, between MeitY and CSR, between DST and other ministries, creating an all-of-government approach towards development and the future of technology, rather than ministry-led, silo-led. And including, by the way, I believe that into this collaborative approach, we must bring in the private sector as well. Some months ago, I had an occasion to work with the principal scientific advisor on the issue of scientific clusters. I would urge him to revisit that. I think it is time for that concept to be actualized and realized and made into policy. This issue of creating science and technology clusters around our universities and industry is a good idea whose time has come. The next point I want to just mention is this issue of standards leadership. It is time that India, as a global leading country on technology and innovation, plays a much more defining role on global standards. Whether it is 3GPP, whether it is ICANN, whether it is in other areas of science, technology, biotechnology, whatever. I think India needs to play a much more defining role in the standards leadership going forward. There was some reference to skilling and talent. I completely agree with those findings by these breakout sessions. It is an area that we, again, not just as a skill ministry or a MeitY or DOT, we need to find a way for the whole of government to address this issue of how do we build skills and how do we build an ecosystem that generates and develops those skills for the young Indian that is interested in the future of technology. Again, thank you, Professor Vijayaraghavan, for having this webinar. And I unfortunately missed the morning session because I was in the airport receiving students from Ukraine. I think I did that after Professor Dr. Jitendra Singh had just finished his reception of students. But that was a very energizing experience. And again, thank you for this webinar. And I hope out of this will emerge something that is a much more coherent all of government strategy and approach towards all things technology for India and the future of India and future of the India's decade. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for reassuring and reasserting the need for embedding technology and innovative solutions for the betterment of human life. Now, I request Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge for Science and Technology, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Earth Sciences, and Minister of State for Atomic Energy, Space, Prime Minister's Office, Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, to guide us through the deliberations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav Ji, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar Ji, sitting beside me, the PSA, Dr. Vijayaraghavan, Science and Technology Secretary, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Biotechnology Secretary, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, CSIR DG, Dr. Shekhar Mande, Secretary Earth Sciences, Dr. Ravi Chandran, all the members of the faculty, and connected with us, the colleagues from the MeitY. It's been a good learning experience over the last nearly 5 hours. I've been trying to hop among these sessions. So I was physically here attending some of these sessions which were being hosted by Science, Technology and CSIR, and trying to connect myself with the MeitY, particularly in sessions like devoted, the one dedicated to data, the other session, geospatial, e-waste, etc. I must compliment the organizers and the scientific program planners. Very intelligently, very futuristically, the themes had been decided upon. So picking up from the first session when Prime Minister addressed us, and laid emphasis repeatedly on innovation. And he said this brainstorming over the day should rather be more aiming at bringing in ease of living for the common citizen through innovation rather than being a very heavy exchange of thought. So when I look at innovation, I think sometimes we tend to think of innovation only the terms through tend to look at it through the prism of science and through the prism of technology, where innovation is a much wider term. And if you see minutely, when we write science, technology, innovation, we write science, technology, and innovation. We don't write scientific innovation. We don't write technology innovation or technological innovation, because in English language, even each word has a separate meaning, and even similar sounding words have a different connotation. So innovation, if it has to ultimately aim at bringing in ease of living, it has to be both at the scientific level, it has to be at the industrial level, and it has to be both also at extra scientific, extra industrial level. And then a synergism of all would be possibly the most optimum combination. And I think for that, what is also required is more of awareness amongst ourselves and awareness among others about us and among us about others. So we have in the last few months started a process of having joint meetings of all the science ministries and science departments sitting together, including atomic energy and space, which are not actually, even though headquartered in Delhi. Similarly, today also we are trying to work on the same lines, and then also sit individually with each of the ministries. Like, for example, in Jal Shakti, the CSIR recently offered the technology of heli-borne groundwater detection, which possibly was not very much known in that ministry, but now they have taken up the project in a big way. So now we have about 38 ministries which have come forward with applications for different technological interventions or technological assistance from the scientific ministries. So, and we did this exercise way back in 2015-16 and then realized the benefits of it. That is one thing. The other, now adding to what Rajiv was saying about the budget, of course, this budget is not only hugely giving a priority to science and the scientific projects, scientific schemes which were not hitherto seen, but at the same time also giving a lot of space to the private sector. Now just look at the defense sector involving about 25% of its defense research being carved out for the private sector. So that's also a huge departure from the past, because the Prime Minister has actually broken many a taboos of the past, like unlocking of space has happened, which also, you know, is going to somewhere supplement our budget, our budget allocations. We have entered into joint ventures in atomic energy. Similarly, the drone regulations have also been revisited, given otherwise what was happening was that we were developing drones, but we were developing them surreptitiously in the premises of IIT, because IIT had the mandate of producing drones for research purpose. So there's a huge departure, and I think the milieu is much more favorable for both scientific work, scientific experimentation, scientific research. The other part is the translation part, and one of the industry members in one of the groups in the forenoon, I heard him repeatedly, and I think Dr. Chandrasekhar in his sum up was also mentioning to that, the importance of translating research for the purpose of industry. I think that would also become easy if we integrate more closely, because we don't integrate that closely or optimally enough. So we actually are not able to translate. If we are able to translate each other amongst ourselves, everything that I own gets translated to the other person. So it has to be integration both within the science ministries and science departments, then the science ministries, science departments with the other sectoral ministries, and then of course the outside extra science, that would be industry, that would be startups, that would be private sector. And the other aspect which I've been strongly feeling over the last few months is that the issue of sustainable startups. Now it's become very fashionable talking about sustainable goals, but I think someday we will also start thinking with concern about sustainable startups, because what is happening is that we give certain support to startups, whether financial or otherwise, the project goes through, but the startup is lost, the team is lost, the individuals are lost because maybe we are not able to link that project enough with the livelihood avenues. So someday the youngster sees an advertisement of civil services in a newspaper, fills in the form, and becomes a babu. So a scientist ending up as an undersecretary. So that kind of scenario, for that, I think one of the practical solutions is that we have a number of, because one of the industry representatives were complaining this morning, I think the onus has to be on them. Let the industry be a stakeholder in our startup program. Many of our bodies, whether the societies, governing bodies, even in CSIR and scientific bodies, have industry representatives as members. So it adds to their profile definitely, because they've been members for so many terms or whatever in a governing body of CSIR, etc. But for us, it ends up just receiving their good advice or wise or words of wisdom. If they invest in the actual sense, let them decide what kind of expertise they are looking for, what kind of experts or skilled hands they are looking for. We'll provide the know-how, we'll train the startup, we'll also will facilitate the project. But if they invest in the project right from the beginning, then they will not bank out that easily, and the startup would also have somewhere to go back. So that is one thing. The other part is we have started a program, and I would like it to be shared with the other ministries and the members of the fraternity as well. The mentoring. You see, you would have noticed, I was saying this to the colleagues in the education ministry also. If you do a survey at class 12 level, the maximum number of students are from the science streams. So then why do we have this complaint that we have very few scientists who actually come out with some meaningful projects? Is that because they are not there because of aptitude, or they are looking for something else? They are looking for a good score to get into a NEET exam or to get into IIT JEE exam, if not that, to become, to clear a civil services exam. So if we have some kind of a mentorship program or a cutoff, which could actually enable us, what we are doing often is that we are there to provide support, help, even funding to those who come to us. If we could have a search mechanism, and then we could mentor them right from the beginning, right from the younger age, maybe at the class 10 age, before they get corrupted by their own parents who start sending them to all kind of coaching centers. So that could be a long-term answer to what the complaint was repeatedly being made this morning. And as Rajiv was mentioning, the private sector publicity, I said the time is not very far when this demarcation is going to end. We're going to have project-based themes, and the private and the public sector would learn that they cannot survive without each other. And there's no option now. Integration is no longer an option. It's now an essential. It's a necessity now. And therefore, I think it's been a very good brainstorming in the sense that we actually could also understand each other's concerns, and of course the data part. That session was quite interesting, hosted by the mighty. I've been of the strong view that we need Indian data for Indian solutions. Similarly, the Indian data for the Indian regimens for the treatment of Indian diseases. That is something that we have to actually focus upon, which we are lacking somewhere. And I'm sure with the kind of geospatial and the other options now available to us, we would be able to make a headway in that as well. I once again compliment the PSA and the entire team, but I think this session happened because the budget happened. But honestly speaking, they should have happened otherwise. So I think one thought to carry home is also, why are we sitting now? Just because Prime Minister asked us to sit after the budget. But what we have discussed is beyond budget. And I think this would make our exercise wholesome. If we keep sitting, more frequently. In fact, in our ministries, which are science-based, we've already started this process. We also then start liking each other's faces and, get used to each other and get to work together. Thank you very much, Rajiv. Thank you. Thank you, Vaishnavi. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Minister of Communication, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, to enlighten us on his views on the deliberation of the day.
Thank you. My colleague ministers, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Principal Scientific Advisors, Dr. Vijay Raghavan ji, secretaries of various departments. As Honorable Prime Minister said in the beginning, this is a listening session. This is not a speaking session, so I will not take more than 3 minutes. Maybe I'll just make 4 short points. As we all know, this budget was a path-breaking budget in the sense that the focus on capital investment and the focus on technology-led growth, these were very distinctly laid out and clear budgetary allocations were made. And as a follow-up of that budget, we are having this discussion where lots of industry participants, lots of academia, all the stakeholders are today on the same page, same table. The 4 brief points I would like to make here are, while going through the presentations, these are points which I jotted down while going through the presentations of various groups. Yes, we have made very big difference in the manufacturing of, let's say, electronics items, very soon telecom products. But that's something which we need to take to a very different, totally new level is what I could sense from the presentations. Now, the thought process is absolutely in the right direction, but what are the exact action items that needs to be taken? PLI and PMI, which are 2 constructs that we have used for promoting domestic manufacturing, have led good results, have given us good results. Beyond this, what else needs to be done? I'll request the industry to come up with suggestions, and maybe beyond this session beyond this webinar that we have today, we should have a continuous process where we can focus more on manufacturing, because each of these manufacturing initiatives is generating a huge number of employment. So that was the first point regarding manufacturing. The second good input which came during the presentations is about the use of spectrum. I'm very happy that our thought process about spectrum is today changing. For a very long period, spectrum was seen as a mere revenue generating resource. The last 2 years have shown the public good element of spectrum. Today, from the presentation of the second group, I'm very happy to observe that there is a broad consensus on various spectrum management items, issues which are basically leading to a public good or to a technology improvement or a technology development. This we need to now convert into clear policy or legal statements which can be then implemented. Having intent is one thing, but actual execution is more important. That is the second action item I would take away from this entire exercise. Third is about the bigger role for private sector in R&D. I think both my colleague ministers made very good points, and Honorable Prime Minister has taken this very hugely bold decision to have defense and space silos broken and letting the private sector also come in so that they can also innovate and their energies can also be put into good use for the country. I think similar initiative, similar silo breaking needs to be done in many more sectors. We are starting something in railways very soon. Another 7 or 8 days, we would be launching that new policy where private sector R&D would become integral part, or rather a major part of railways R&D budget. We do hope that going forward, probably 90% of railways R&D budget would be in the private sector, compared to 100% in the public sector today. With that policy change we'll be making, similar policy changes we need to make in almost all the sectors, because until and unless we treat our industry, treat our academia, treat our stakeholders as startups and other stakeholders as one with us, rather than we versus them, I don't think we can grow as a country. So we need to take them along. We need to make them part of our ecosystem. The fourth and last point is design-led manufacturing, which Honorable Prime Minister mentioned in the morning. I think the very nice initiative that we have taken in the semiconductor policy is something which needs to be kind of, once we see the success of this, then probably it can be replicated in many more sectors. So these are the four brief points. First is manufacturing, second is spectrum management, third is bigger role for private sector, and fourth is design-led manufacturing, on which this webinar has given us good action items and more work we can do on these four items. Thank you, Professor Raghavan, for organizing it very nicely. This is a really good platform, and I thank all the participants for giving your thoughts in a very candid way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor, to suggest the way forward.
Thank you very much. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Shri Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, thank you very much for your interventions, and thanks to all the secretaries for their summary of the breakout session. This has been a very, very valuable meeting, and my job in the next 2 minutes is to thank everyone, which I've done, but also summarize the summary as it were. We really need to have a rate of acceleration of digitization and have ownership and standards and outcome-oriented collaborative R&D in private sectors. This is a very important message which Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar gave. The message from Dr. Jitendra Singh ji was a very important one, that Indian data and Indian solutions for the Indian market need to be developed on scale. Behind this simple statement lies a very large number of challenges which we need to overcome going forward, and they relate to the private sector, the public sector, how we interact with our ministries, integrate their demands into action, and so on. And this is something which Mantri ji has already initiated, and this is a very important component which we need to take to all the other ministries also, including a major mentoring program, which is very important. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, you very clearly pointed out the difference which is taking place in manufacturing, in electronics and IT. But this is something, you know, when we have very little, going to something is relatively easy, but going from something to much more is a tough challenge. And that is something which you need to take up now, scaling manufacturing for the future as we go ahead. This means pushing hard from intent to execution. Execution poses all sorts of complexities. When you bring down something, something else needs to go up, and vice versa. So this is a interconnected web, when execution therefore needs to take all of that into account. The private sector opening up, which the defense R&D has done now, is something which is very important. And your point about the railway R&D going into the private sector is fantastic. And our national laboratories should also be aggregators of demands and execution through our broader ecosystem, including the private sector. And this is something which has started happening, and we need to push in a very big way. Design is key in today's world. Computers and computer-aided design allow the connectivity of high-level design, right from a shoelace to a space telescope, to be exported. And that adds key value. And when it's connected to manufacturing, brings great income also. So these are the areas which we need to go ahead taking forward. We will continue to be in touch with this entire group over here and with others in our ecosystem. Dr. Saraswat, member Niti Aayog, is here. We do not have time, unfortunately, for interventions from him, but we will consult with him and all the other stakeholders also going ahead. Thank you very, very much. And thank you all for a great session from the morning today. Thank you. Thank you.
This meeting is no longer being recorded. This meeting is no longer being recorded.